Jordan, would you like to give us a recap of what happened last session, please? No pressure.
As in from last session.
Yep, that's right.
Or from the beginning. God.
If you know,
Do you want me to help you?
Avatar is like floating.
Who's this?
So yeah, last session we started off in a finishing off with the whole werewolf scenario.
Yeah.
We basically had kind of locked the werewolf down in the cellar inside the what was it called again? The
Abattoir.
Abattoir, that was it. It summoned loads of wolves, so we kind of dealt with them while kind of holding down the fort. The hope was for Malak to try and create the potion to cure the butcher, but he was too busy trying to escape and being a dick. So in the end, the butcher transformed into a werewolf, but it was kind of like a half werewolf, like not quite full strength.
Yeah, he was super, I think, weakened, and you guys, I think you actually made a roll, Jordan, and you garnered that because the curse had been kind of botched when it was set. Like, he kind of was like a fucked up, not mutant, but like a very weakened version.
Yeah, and then the kind of basically killed him. But I don't know if it's an accident or not. But and then
I think, yeah, to be fair, I think you guys had a brief conversation a couple rounds before. Like, this is getting out of hand. Like, obviously, we want to keep him alive, but we can't take any chances at this point because I think everyone was like one tap.
Yeah, then he bit me and I got angry.
Yeah, exactly. Just shot him through the head. Classic.
Fuck this guy.
Yeah, and actually, that's something else as well. A new party member joined the company, a cleric known as Arafina, who was later renamed to Wolfsbane.
Because she burnt a lot of wolves. A lot.
Yeah, she came in saying she was a healer, and then she fucking just set fire to everything, and then crushed the skull of one quite graphically at one point. Did I do that? Yeah, sorry to interrupt, John.
That's right. And then after that, Malak did succeed in creating the potion, kind of just too late. But we decided for Nettle to have it.
Just in time for me.
Because he'd been bitten, so just to hopefully stop anything happening.
Yeah, that was actually one of my favourite moments where like Zach had the potion. Was like, I'm going to drink this because I might have, lycanthropy, contracted it. And then everyone was like, hold on, that could be worth a lot of money. Like, we can sell that.
Was it worth his life? That was the question.
And then I think someone's just like, we'll wait till you get symptoms
saving
first.
it for later in case there was a werewolf problem.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I just been bitten out.
Yeah. We'll wait till you get symptoms first. The symptoms being like you're, ripping the throats out of people with a wolf form.
And then outside of that, we went back to the town of Swiremouth and kind of resolved it and got pay, most importantly.
Yeah, big bag.
And then the butcher's daughter, who doesn't have any family anymore,
It's all in payment, wasn't it?
they requested that we basically take her to where she has one family member in, I don't remember where.
Lycan Meadow, yeah, the capital.
Yeah, which is a fair while away. So we debated on that a few times back and forth, but we realised that we could keep her with the chef in the caravan most of the time. So
yeah, as soon as they offered you a bag of money, you guys were like cha-ching.
Yeah, originally we're like, we're not babysitters. I'm like, but we'll pay you. Okay.
Yeah, say less.
And then outside of that, we pretty much just started venturing down to let's look at this map. God,
Let's stop a goblin, didn't we?
Oh yeah, we did get stopped by a Riddler, didn't we? A Riddler goblin.
Yeah, you guys fucking smoked him. Considering how long you guys took to solve that first riddle, and then it was like, this is the answer, this is the answer, this is the answer.
He didn't like it. Everyone was like, yeah, we're having fun, I guess. Curse didn't
Yeah.
work.
And then didn't you try and make us like giggle or something? But
Yeah,
you all
he
kept
actually-
passing the checks.
Yeah, he like tried to cast a spell on you to force you to laugh.
And yeah, so got past that, and then we went to, is it Bovinloft?
Bovinloft, yes.
Bovinloft. Ah, okay.
Small town
the-
just above the East Flow River. I know it says Westward on that map, but I do think I've changed it at this point. Yeah, so, and whilst you was there, you did some shopping. Uncle found the closest hobbit, found some pipeweed, and set up camp for the afternoon. I think Zach kind of went to the worst pub in town, kind of, mucked in with the the closest criminal organization he could find. Jordan went to the library, and Holly went to a tailor. What else happened? I think that was it, right? It's really funny actually, because you guys got there and was like, right, we need to go to the armory. That's the first thing on the list. Go to the armory, and it's the one. Everyone was like, all right, I'm gonna go to the bookstore. Cool. We'll move over to the town of Bovinloft page then. If everyone would like to just, I think you guys went to the Forlorn Candle. You ended your night there, which was quite a nice inn in the old Hochschild district, just on the corner of the square. And you kind of set up night there. Just before you went to bed, I believe the conversation was initiated, which was, what is the company doing? What is the direction we're taking? And we will, I think we'll pick up there, now that our commander and other member Horns is with us. This will be a good time to have that conversation, actually. So we'll, that's where we'll begin. We're inside this large, elaborate common room in this very nice inn. The walls are lacquered oak. You can see that the bar has actually got this marble top to it, and behind it is an assortment of very expensive looking bottles. You see two bartenders. They're wearing white shirts with these black vests, hair combed neatly back, and they seem to be speaking in a soft, quiet voice, the same as everyone else in this tavern. Everyone seems to be very quietly speaking amongst friends. There's no real mingling from people outside their respective parties.
Is this... Sorry, carry on.
Yes, no, go on, Zach. You've done it now.
Is this? I'm just checking. Is this like in the morning now? After, or is this still the evening?
We'll start back at the evening when you guys are all like, drinking. As I say, because I think that's when the conversation was had, and everyone was a bit like, we'll wait until the commander's back with us. And now that he is, Funk, would you like to give everyone a refresher on what your character looks like?
Yeah. So he is very tall, Commander Thunk, at 6'4". He's kind of like mid to late 30s, dark-skinned human, very kind of like wide shoulders, but not like heavy set, quite like lithe,
Athletic, lean.
exactly. Very kind of high set cheekbones. If anybody's seen Castlevania, Isaac looks very similar.
Okay.
And when he's not wearing his chainmail, he's wearing kind of like monk's robes, obviously, with the company's like bronze and black aesthetic. And yeah, that's it.
Cool. Any distinguishing marks, features on his body, scars or such?
Yeah, he has tattoos on his face.
No regrets.
Yeah. Oh God, I can't remember exactly what you said, Jack, regarding the.
So something that would kind of indicate that, at least at one point in his life, I'm not sure if you guys would be pertinent to any information that Funk would give out, so I won't go into too much detail, but priests in my world have facial tattoos to designate what faith or what particular god they follow. The one on Funk's faith is Funk's faith. Funk's face is a little unusual. Typically, it is the Roman numerals above and below the left eye, but his is actually a cross, like a Crusader cross, a very even-sided cross. So, which isn't immediately recognisable, and he's got that underneath his left eye. Cool. And as you sit around, the bartenders have just brought over the platters of food that you requested. They've filled up the goblets in front of you with this exquisitely tasting black red wine. And once again, Poet turns to the commander and he says, What is our plan?
So, I have been absent for some time. I am aware that Nettle here has a certain parcel to redirect.
No, you wouldn't be aware of that.
Okay.
Do I have the
First of
passport
all,
yet?
No. You just received the like you spoke to the people at the Colbolt Trout, and I
Yeah.
think that was it.
Haven't seen the Duke yet.
Yeah. I think Uncle will be very happy to see Tunk, because Uncle has been doing the leadership role and he's kind of sick of it. And he's sick of the questions. So Uncle will pop straight up to Tunk and just give him a rundown of everything that happened. You know, just bandits from what's the word? Sorry, no. Bandits from Swinemount attacked us. We laid them all out there. Once we got to Swinemount, you know, he just say about the wolves and give him the thing, and he's just like handing everything over, basically.
Yeah, he's just taking off all his clothes and putting them on
Yeah.
Tunk.
Taking off the sigil and everything.
Naked, he's off to meet his hobbit friend.
Yeah. Has more pork pie.
has anybody been taking notes?
We just have some basic notes that we do at the end of
Doesn't the NPC fill in the ledger thing, the book? of our
Yeah,
deeds?
I think what Dylan's referring to is in D&D. It is not expected, but people often take notes because obviously there's a lot to keep track of quests.
Okay.
I would say Zach's probably been updating this page at the end of sessions, and this is probably the extent of them.
Oh yeah, I've been putting very basic one-liners at the end.
We could have like I think that's our shopping delivery. We could have like a shared doc or something that each of us could contribute to if people would be down.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Just to remember
Cool.
names of people and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, remembering quests, lore, or anything that you feel like is pertinent, just to write down.
Yeah.
Oh, it's broke. So I
Okay, and
just get the map.
I'm just gonna quickly help Ash put away the shopping. It'll be just a couple of minutes. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
No worries.
Guys, the washing machine's just overflown everywhere. There's like an inch of water in the kitchen. I'll be right back.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh, the blessed laid
Fantastic.
plans. Okay, so
Yeah.
we're gonna skip this section again because Dylan has to now stop his home from flooding. So we're gonna wake up.
Really doesn't want to have that conversation.
Yeah, fucking responsibility is a no-go for people. So yeah, we'll say we'll wake up the next morning in the old Hochschild, the Fallen Candle Inn, and you guys have just woken up, receiving your complimentary full English. What would it be called? Full Glen breakfast. Because you know, full English wouldn't make much sense. And you are just kind of again sitting down at this table. You had some merriment, some drinking the night before, and are kind of laying out your plans for the day.
Before we go into that, how do I move like the cameras? Because yeah, I've got the same issue where Holly's way off to the right, and if I like change the cameras to be locked to the top, then Holly just stays in the bottom right.
Yeah. So what I did is I went onto the chat avatar section.
Yeah,
And then
I found it. There's a reset button. That became clickable. It wasn't clickable until I clicked it, and then it became clickable. So it's done now, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorted it.
Is everyone else having
Thanks, mate.
that issue?
Yeah, I'm right at the side.
Cool. Try what Zach did. Press the movable player avatars, reset player video avatar location button in the chat avatars subtab.
Mine was grayed out
there we
until I
go.
clicked it, and then
I
for some
think
reason-
I've just changed it back to player controls
right.
because I was messing around with the settings to
Right,
try and
okay,
make it work.
that makes more sense than
Oh,
just
it works
having
now.
to click it to unlock it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So my plan, I guess. I mean, we need to go to a blacksmith, so probably blacksmith, because
Mhm.
it might be a bit of a turnaround if we're requesting stuff being made.
Yep. Obviously, a blacksmith does keep stock in, on display. But yeah, you're completely right. In most bespoke items are going to take like days. I think it takes like a year, roughly, to make or 6 months to make a set of plate armor. Like it's quite an extensive process. So what is?
And sorry, and then I'm probably going to go and try and speak to the Duke. I don't know how that will go if I'm going solo.
Yeah. So, sorry, carry on, Holly.
I was going to say, I can tag along with Nettle to go and speak to the Duke, because I haven't got any more things that I need to get done, and I'm quite good at speaking to other nobles.
Other individuals. Yeah.
I can tag along, but I will keep quiet. So my social skills aren't the best.
Yeah. Oh man, you going to that library yesterday was last session was a highlight.
Yeah.
Next time I'm just going to roleplay a very awkward person.
Yeah.
Trying to roleplay someone who's like chatty and all that stuff. Be a bit easier.
Cool. Okay. So what's everyone else's itinerary for the day? We've got 3 people who are heading towards the city hall, the town master's hall, to speak to the Duke. You guys, someone make a history check for me, please. Fucking, that's disgusting, John. The Duke's name is Duke Bracken, and he's one of 2 dukes within the kingdom of Walterglen, the other one being Duke Shallows, who is actually the individual who hired you to kill the creature, the Remoraz, in the Fractal Sea.
You probably don't want to talk to him for a while.
Yeah. I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, hands up walking past him.
Yeah. The Duke Bracken, along with Duke Shallows, has quite a stern reputation around him. Like, he's seen as like a no-nonsense individual. He also is responsible for all villages, or settlements, I should say, north of the West Flow. And Duke Shallows is responsible for all settlements below the East Flow and the West Flow. So, in the grand scheme of things, Shallows is got a little bit more responsibility than Bracken.
Bracken's the one here, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to the armory or blacksmith first. What are we looking for there? Just supplies.
I'm actually not 100% sure. What is it that you guys would like to?
If you guys go to armory, I'd actually probably split up and go to like somewhere like just a general shop to get some rations. Or potentially the market. I don't know which is better.
At this point, Treacle will kind of speak up, and he said, "I'm actually on the way to the market myself. If you want me to grab you anything, just let me know, and I won't take too much of the time away. How many rations were you looking for, young sir?"
Does anyone else need some in the group?
Yes, please. Yep, I haven't got any currently, so if you, Trico, can grab me some rations as well.
Should we say kind of 15 rations, keep us all going for a while?
15 rations. Right on. I believe that is 75 silver pieces.
That is absolutely fine. I'll pay for that for everyone.
So
We get hang on, 18, because that's we can evenly split that. So there's 6 people.
How much is it for?
Wait, do we need rations for the other 2 as well, the NPCs and Princess?
the
3.
NPCs are kind of being taken care of themselves. The cook is quite resourceful, and I think typically so far that you guys are kind of just being living off the land as you make your way through an area. You guys haven't had a huge ration like deficit. Like you guys are quite well fed on your journey so far.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit shitty food on the road.
It might be worth actually getting 20, just so it's 1 gold, makes it easier for me. But 2, Holly will need more, I think, because you don't have any, do you?
No.
So give Wolfsbane the extra ones and then split the rest.
Yeah. At a blacksmith, Jack, how do
Yeah.
like weapons work in this game? So like, you know, in Skyrim you'll get like an iron short sword and then it goes up. You get dwarven or whatever. Is it a similar vibe here? Like so right now I've got a basic short sword and longbow.
I have in the past utilized a system where it's like you just have basic, like in straight D&D, the system just works where it's like all the items are like 1 tier. There's no like progression with that outside of magic items. As soon as you get a magic item, that's where it really starts to elevate into that next level. Magic items being incredibly expensive. I have used some homebrew material in the past that allows you to upgrade your weapons, but I'd taken it out for this campaign just whilst everyone was gaining their footing with just the real rules. But that's
Yeah, so there's not really much to be gained from going to blacksmith other than potential armor.
Well, you guys, you
or
could,
supplies.
yeah, like obviously you could get some arrows if you needed them, Zach. You could get more silver weapons if that was something that interested you.
In terms of going back to the rations as well, sorry, if everyone gets 3 then, and then Holly gets 5,
Yeah.
and then that's all sorted. So you've got 5 rations.
Well, I mean, I'm good for arrows for now. When's the next blacksmith? Do we know? After this place?
We're already next town. We're kind of passing through towns all the time, really, aren't we? Depends where we're going.
Depends what we decide to do, innit? I mean, we're still not too sure where our kind of road leads. Is it worth picking up extras just in case?
What, like rations? I think we'll be fine for rations.
No, as in not arrows.
I've got 18, but I don't. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, maybe I should get another couple.
That also reminds me, Holly, you should have at least like 10, I think, if you're starting out the game.
Started with a different pack. She's got 2
All
choices.
packs, I think. Oh, actually, maybe not, because you
priest
are a
pack.
cleric. Yeah.
Yeah, so she only had 2.
Damn.
That's what I was laughing at.
He's don't eat, evidently, so.
Yeah, some sort of form of, religiousness, I guess. Just not eating. But yeah, obviously take full advantage of this town whilst you're in here. Think of anything to do. I know it's not incredibly intuitive when you're in a place like this to find out what to do. But if anyone has any like sort of things they do want to accomplish just for their character in general, I can give them some sort of indication of what they might want to do in terms of utilizing this town to its fullest.
Yeah, actually, I think I would like to silver my weapon. If I might go to the blacksmith, and we have a silver sword, but that's for the company. But I might like to silver my own falchion.
Yeah, 100%. That would cost you 100 gold pieces, but they could get that done within the day.
Is having like a silver weapon? It does the same damage as a normal weapon if you use it on non.
Yes, it just overcomes resistances. So, like in that werewolf fight, for example, Uncle would have been next to, well, no, he had this. I think he had the silver sword, but he didn't have his falchion. But if he didn't have any silvered weapons, he wouldn't have been able to harm that werewolf.
Right.
Like some creatures just have resistances to regular materials, and silver seems to be one of those that overcomes that.
And magic as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'll go to the blacksmith as well. I'll get a few arrows.
Cool.
You can
I
silver
think
arrows as well, but...
per arrow, I think it's 10 gold pieces.
You have some already, actually, from what I remember.
Not silver arrows, sorry, just normal arrows.
Oh, okay. Yeah, obviously that's a lot less than I think that's like.
So that's expensive for an hour.
I think that's like
It's on, if you go on core,
yeah, an arrow is 5 copper pieces
it's
for one.
down there.
So I think for 20 that's a
Sorry, I
gold
didn't mean
piece.
to-
If my math checks out.
I'm gonna get 22 because that takes me up to 40, and then I'm stacked.
So yeah, that would be 1 gold piece and 1 silver piece.
Stacked.
Is everything okay over there, Dill?
Yeah, we went to take the shopping in, and then we found out that the kitchen had been flooded, so we had to tend to that real quick. But everything's okay otherwise.
Yeah, we just start
How's
seeing
all that
cracks
then?
appearing in the wall behind Dylan, the house.
Yeah.
Cool. Does everyone want to fill in Ash and Dill on... Well, they're going for a shopping day. They're just getting some supplies in this town, utilising it to the max whilst they're here. Did you guys want to accomplish anything particular? And I can let you know, as I was saying to these guys, what sort of things they should pursue whilst they're here.
Could I get my tools sharpened?
Yeah,
Properly.
you definitely can. These guys are actually... A lot of them are planning on heading over to the blacksmith to buy either more arrows or silver their weapons. Now they've got a little bit of pocket cash. So, you know, that is definitely doable. But first, we'll flash back. It's the night before. You guys are having drinks in the Forlorn Candle for the 3rd time. Having a discussion of the future of the company. Poet's just asked you, Commander Funk, on what is the next stage? Where is the company going? And everyone looks to you attentively as you put down your goblet and say,
We have suffered great losses, and it will take time to rebuild ourselves to our former glory. But I think for the time being, we take what we can get until we can find a suitable place to call home once again.
But can we even call ourselves a company? You know, there's what's 10 of us from 500, and
one of them is
the
a
company...
literal 8-year-old.
Yes, yeah, well, yeah. And the company hasn't... Everything the company's famous for happened, you know, hundreds of years ago. So what even are we now?
That's true. You make a good point.
You
I
just
think-
see Funk start sweating.
Yeah.
Face looks the same. You just see sweat drip down his forehead.
We are but a mere shadow of our former selves. My plan is to take us back to our roots. I have many questions for Poet regarding the formation of the company, and yeah, my long-term plan is to relive the former glory.
At this point, Poet will speak up and he'll look at his comrades and he says, "It is worth noting, this isn't the most desolate the company's ever been. We've been as few as 3 people in the past before, and we still have come back to a 100-strong army. If we can survive that, we can survive this." And then he turns to you, Commander Funk. He's like, "Of course I'll answer any questions that you bring my way, Commander." And he nods.
Thank you, Poet. In regards to the company's crest, the lion, what historical significance does that hold?
Are you saying this to you, Poet, or to the room at
Poet.
large?
Yeah.
In the context of like heraldry, are you saying?
In the yeah, like
Sorry.
how did it come to become the company's insignia?
It's just always been that way for the last 2,000 years.
Don't suppose once we were riding lions into battle?
That would be quite the story, sir. I can say that I've definitely never rid a lion into battle. I'm but a common man. You do have large aspirations, I see.
And how much does a lion go for?
Oh god, yeah. How much does a tamed lion go for? I think is the question.
Yeah.
You bankrupt the company to buy one fucking circus lion.
I think Uncle speaks up now, and he just says, "We have a goal. We have Princess to deliver to like Meadow. We need to make sure she's safe. Along the way, I'm sure we'll need to make money. We'll need 2 missions, but I'm happy to fight along with all of you. So I think we should keep going as we are."
Sounds like a
Well,
solid
I'm in.
plan.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm in.
At this point, everyone starts raising their goblets in the center of the table, and once again, Poet stands up with his, and he says, "Out of many, one," and everyone clinks their glasses and downs their drink. Right, I think we should go to sleep now. Flashback ended. You guys are in the town centre, about to go on your shopping day, and I think you guys are heading over to the blacksmith. Was there anyone who didn't want to go to the blacksmith and wanted to go somewhere else? Cool. Sorry.
Gordon wants to go to the library, but he's too scared to show his face in there again after
Yeah, yes.
his last trip.
No, I was going to say I'll check in and on because obviously we left our car and that where we left it was a bit dodgy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take on the eyes of my my familiar and just keep an eye on that for a bit because I don't have any need for the.
Cool. Yeah. So easy enough done. Asta. You see Asta kind of launch herself into the air from Sparkle's shoulder and quickly fly very high, then dive low. And it kind of swoops just above the cobbles in the city square through the door back into the stable from the night before, the large building on the east side of the square, where you had parked the cat. And he kind of, through his eyes, Sparkles, you can see him just land and perch himself on top of the caravan and just kind of set up an overwatch position. What does it look like when you're looking through Asta's eyes? When they look at you? Have your eyes rolled back in your head or anything, or?
Yeah, I'd say my eyes kind of go obviously I've got quite sparkly eyes anyway, but they just go a solid colour of whatever form I'm in to match the familiar. But yeah, I look quite like actual eyeball just goes.
Yeah, straight colour, very tiefling.
Yeah.
Cool. And you guys head now with a little bit more security over the condition of the cat. And he does do a quick check around, of course. He makes sure the locks are still all locked, that the treasury is still in there. All that good stuff. And you guys head, again, on one of the corners of the square to a large, open-spaced smithy. You can see this large man, again, with grey skin and markings on his face and body, kind of hammering away at this large war axe. He's got no hair on his head and his eyes are grey, again like a pale colour, almost like you was describing your eyes, Jordan. And he stands at about 8 to 9 foot tall, and as he turns to you, Funk, as you enter the smithy, he's like, hello, how can I help you?
We would like to have a look at your weapons.
Well, look, you may. And he kind of gestures to this rack where behind him you can see it pretty much has at least one of every weapon you can sort of imagine that you would find in any smithy in the land. He seems to be very well stocked. You see a barrel full of arrows next to that, and various ingots of varying metals piled up against one of the walls where he has this large burning pit.
And how much do you charge to silver?
100 gold pieces is the going rate. Per weapon, of course. 10 per arrow.
Uncle slams his falchion down onto the table and says,
by
"This one,
discount."
please."
Yeah. Okay, and he takes your falchion and he kind of looks it over and he's like, oh, this is quite a good weapon. I haven't seen one of these in a few weeks. Where do you come across a falchion? Not many people use these nowadays, especially this far inland.
As overseas, I'm quite well travelled, picked up along my way.
Fair enough. Have you got that gold then?
Yeah, and I handed over the pouch.
Cool, he's like, come back tomorrow morning, this will all be done for you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm actually just looking through the weapons here.
Yep.
Good idea.
Is anyone else buying anything while they're here?
No, I'm good, thank you.
I've already bought arrows. We kind of did it.
Yeah. That exchange happens almost without a word. You just put some money on the floor and just take. You put a
Just
coin
nod at
purse
his
on the
arrows.
table and just take the arrows. That
Yeah.
the equivalent amount. For anyone
Can I get-
interested, this is
Or-
a weapon list. If people did want to browse the wares, it'd pretty much be anything on this on that table there.
Is there any
Sorry,
advantage
did you
to
say
getting-
something, Ash?
I was gonna ask if I could get my two-sided longsword brandished. Is that the right thing? It's like varnished and.
Oh, yeah.
But if you can buy a new weapon, then that'd be cool.
So I think currently you're actually using a silvered longsword, which hasn't really seen much use. I believe you was the one holding on to that, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Ray?
I think she was at the start, but then for fighting the wolf, I had it.
Yes.
still have it
Yeah.
at the
So
moment.
I assume you've given that back if you're getting yours.
Yeah.
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 So yeah, you've actually got a very well looked after weapon. This being one of the only silver weapons the company has had in antiquity. It's been very carefully tended to. So I think your weapons are all quite in good nick, Ash.
Is there any advantage of having like a bludgeoning weapon as a backup or anything like that? Like, is it?
Yes,
What,
100%. Some creatures have resistances and what's the word? Vulnerabilities to certain damage types. It's not super common, but it does occur. So, like, I think some constructs, which are like creatures that are like mundane artifacts, like brought to life, like golems, for example. I think some of them have vulnerabilities to bludgeoning damage. But as I say, it's not a super common situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, I think the uncle will look around the weapons and he sees a big maul. So he goes, picks it up, gives it a few swings, and he asks the blacksmith, how much for this?
Those 10 gold pieces, young sir.
18 sold. Easy enough. Yeah.
Cool. I think just be aware though, I think because it's heavy, you actually have disadvantage with this weapon array because you're a small creature.
Oh, okay. So heavy, two-handed.
Do you need a certain strength as well with heavy weapons? Because I've got -2.
No, it's
Does
just
that mean I'd swing with disadvantage for heavy weapons?
you
or-
wouldn't swing with disadvantage. You just add that -2 to your to hit rolls, so you wouldn't be super inclined to use it because your -2 is reflected with that added to your attacks.
Is that only on heavy weapons? So, like with a short sword, am I better because I?
That's on any weapon that doesn't have the finesse trait, because if it doesn't have finesse, that means you're using your strength to use it.
Okay, short swords are finesse.
Yeah, if you're using finesse, that means you can use your dex to utilize that weapon, which is more obviously skill based rather than just I swing this really, really hard.
Yeah.
Can I pick up the warhammer instead? That doesn't seem as heavy. So he picks up the maul. He goes to swing it. And he kind of loses his balance straight away.
Yeah,
So
like
he
he goes
picks up a bit of a smaller warhammer and he spins it around, and that's a bit better of a fit.
Absolutely. So yeah, how much is the warhammer? 15. So yeah, he asks for another 5 gold pieces.
Yep.
And then that warhammer is yours, and it's very much like you would imagine it's like a very long-handled hammer, of course, and on one end is the flat smashing end, on the other end is a pick for more like stabbing.
Yeah, perfect.
Puncturing armor, as it were.
Perfect. I'm all happy anyway.
Cool. Anything else I can do for you, good sirs and ladies? When he kind of bows at Horns and Wolfsbane.
Oh, good, thank you.
Can I buy an arrow
That's it.
Yep. 1 arrow is 5 copper pieces.
and a bow?
What sort of bow, young lady?
Could I buy a crossbow light?
Of course you can. I'll just be aware that crossbows, and he kind of goes into the super condescending speech pattern. He's like, crossbows actually don't use arrows, they use these, and we call these bolts. And he puts it in, and you can just see horns like slowly becoming a darker shade of red as this conversation continues. And then as he like looks up from the crossbow at horns, you can just see him sort of like stutter and mumble out the conversation. He puts the crossbow down and kind of, right, I need to finish that axe.
Cool.
That-
Yeah, I'll take. How many pieces for this?
So a crossbow is. Are you going for a crossbow or a light crossbow? Or a hand crossbow or a heavy crossbow? Sorry. If you want a very damaging long-range weapon, I'd go for the heavy crossbow, which is like a good 3 foot long. Can shoot 400 yards. Feet. Sorry. At its longest range and does 1d10 worth of damage. However, it is 50 gold pieces.
£18 as well. Fucking heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta use 2 hands to fight this bad boy.
Don't know. I know that I want one because I'm the one that can see in the dark, so it makes sense for me to be able to shoot things at a distance while I'm on patrol. But
Yeah. No, yeah, that does make sense.
I don't know if a heavy one is necessary. Like,
This is too much.
yeah.
Okay, well, the alternatives, of course, are if you wanted to go more, let's say, a regular light crossbow, 25 gold pieces. Again, it's two-handed, but it's not to the extent. It's like a regular, 1 foot crossbow. 320 range, 80 to 320 range, which is still decent.
Yeah, I'll get that then.
Cool. So that's 25 gold pieces for the thing itself, and let's say you get 20 bolts, I'd assume.
Yeah, 20 bolts.
And that would be the same as arrows, so that's 5 copper pieces each. So that is 2 gold. Is that? Am I fucking?
I think I'm looking at it here. It says 20 bolts is 1 gold. It says here in the book, yeah. So
that makes sense.
6.
Cool.
Horns, do you have cash on you? Well, I take out the group kitty.
Where do I see my cash?
We are at the main.
It's just above your inventory.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
So yeah, you have 14 gold pieces, so you would need another 17 to complete this transaction.
Yeah.
17. 8.
Would you mind paying for it out of the kitty from the last job we did, Uncle?
Yeah, no problem. He'll actually pay for it all because like,
7.
a lot of us were distributed money after the job.
Yeah.
Even though Horns was asleep, I think. But so 21. Yeah. Perfect. I hand it over to her. 26. And 6
Yeah.
gold.
So yeah, sorry, 7 gold. I'm just dumb. I can't math.
Yeah.
And then yeah, we'll just take your gold pieces out of your inventory. That should all be done.
Yeah.
How much will he buy a short sword for? Or just a normal generic short sword?
So the going, like, you can obviously haggle, but when you're selling equipment, it is typically half the value.
That's fine. So can I sell one of my? I've got 2 short swords. I want to sell one, and then buy a scimitar and a whip. I feel like that will be handy at some point.
Oyo. So yeah, short sword he'll buy for 5 gold pieces.
Yeah, and then the scimitar's 25, so 20.
27 total gold pieces.
And a couple nets. I'll get. Does he sell nets?
Yeah, he does.
I'll get
You're becoming a fully fledged gladiator over there, Zach.
3 nets. 3 nets. Yeah, and a trident. Fuck it.
Yeah.
No, just so 3 nets, a whip, and what was the other one? A scimitar.
Yeah, just be
So
aware.
30. So
Like,
three platinum pieces, right?
Wait, sorry. So if you got 3 nets, so that's 3 scimitar and a whip. Yes, that's 3 platinum pieces. Just be aware. I've just checked, Zach, so you're all good. But you guys, to use certain weapons, will need obviously proficiency. I don't think that's going to be
they're
an
all
issue.
martial weapons I picked.
Exactly. That's not going to be an issue for Ray and Ash either, because they're fighters. One of the traits of being a fighter is you're just good. You know how to use every weapon.
So with martial weapon training, does that mean I can't use simple weapons?
You should have simple weapon training as well, don't you?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I have both. Yeah, okay, so I can use them all. That's fine then.
But yes, that is what it means. Typically, I think every class can pretty much use simple weapons, or a simple weapon, I should say. Ash, you can put the bolts in your resource box in the middle right of your page.
Resource.
That's it, yep. And you just fill it in with arrows, and then you can like detract as you use them. Cool. And as you guys kind of are finishing up the conversation with this Goliath, what is everyone's plan now? What is everyone doing?
I'd like to ask around town to see if we could find a translator. See if we could recruit them to the party, like a polyglot.
Okay. If you'd like to make a general charisma check, I assume if you're just approaching people on the street, or how are you going about this?
Yeah. Just approach people on the street. Yeah.
Como este? Donde esta biblioteca?
I'd probably go to the inn and like ask the innkeep and people of.
Yeah, so you go around and you're like, the conversation does progress with a few people, but as soon as you refer to yourself as Funk, that conversation stops in its tracks and they kind of just move on with their day. Is there a particular language you're looking for? Are you just looking for someone who can speak every language? Because obviously one is going to be a lot more common than the other.
Sure. I'm looking for somebody, quite like well-rounded in terms of languages.
Okay.
Dunk, I do speak quite a few different languages, if that helps at all.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's worth checking with the party who can speak what before you're.
Makes sense. What languages can you speak?
Elven, Common, Celestial. I think I took on another one as well. Here we go. That's all the language. And Dwarvish.
I speak Elven, Common, Dwarvish, and Orc.
I speak the same as them. So. You it again. I speak.
I wondered why you're so quiet.
Just an echo.
Yeah.
But I can also speak Draconic and Sylvan.
So honestly, you guys have got a pretty good range
Yeah.
here. Like at least every person I think has a language
good
that
mix.
is like exclusive to them. Because obviously Horns will have Infernal in there. Ray will have Hobbit, I guess.
Sorry.
I don't
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good roll. Jack, how do I set in so that the whip has extra range on it?
You don't need to. It's just something that
We'll just know.
You can put it in the description underneath. It should be a description tab. Oh look,
Okay.
fucking, she knows common primordial, and you should.
Infernal.
Yeah, infernal. So, yeah, you guys are pretty much, I think, other than undercommon and abyssal, I think you've covered pretty much all the bases. And giant, sorry.
Oh, we
Oh,
need to
cool.
recruit
Do you
giants.
know Thieves' Cant?
I do not know. No, not
You sneaky
well-versed.
fucker.
Yeah. Cool.
Cool. So as you guys are kind of like standing around outside the inn, like all speaking in a variety of different tongues, everyone's like, "Oh, aren't we so cool?" Everyone's congratulating each other in a language of their choice. What's everyone doing now?
Nettles, do you want to see the Duke?
Yeah, but I was kind of keeping that on the down low.
Okay.
I hadn't actually told you guys
So-
about it yet, so I was hoping not to go to the
Okay,
Duke
so-
loads of people,
yeah.
but
Cool. Okay.
So I'll probably sneak off at some point and try and talk to the Duke if I can.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Well, if no one's got anything to do right now, we'll say that everyone kind of goes back to the inn to retire for the rest of the day. Just get a few drinks in for lunch. At this point, Nettle excuses himself, says he left his wallet at the blacksmith or some shit like that, and he finds himself outside of the governmental building in the middle of Bovinloft. Again, these large granite pillars are arranged outside the front of the outside of this large building. You can see it's got a large dome at the top middle. Very ornate, very old. It's probably been here a lot longer than some of the surrounding buildings. As you enter, you are met again with a large room with its polished floor, lofty ceiling, chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. And you see someone kind of sitting behind a desk, just writing on a bit of parchment, and she looks up, this half-elf lady, blonde hair, kind of twisted back into this ornate ponytail, and she looks like, yes, can I help you?
Yeah, I heard the Duke needed package delivering.
Yes, I wouldn't say it was a package of sorts, but yes, okay. Sorry, what was your name?
Can I make one up?
Do you say this to her?
that was more a question to you outside of a.
Yeah, of course you can. I mean,
yeah, false name.
You don't have to ask permission
You don't want it coming back to me in the company, you know.
Yeah. So you call yourself, I don't know,
Stephen.
Stephen. Yeah. Every famous criminal monikers. And she kind of leads you over to a meeting room, and it's got this large oval table in with a balcony that oversees the square. And you kind of make yourself at home. There is again some whiskey in a decanter on the side that you can help yourself to if you wish. And you're in there for a good 5-10 minutes, but before a human man walks in, he's got long hair that is slowly greying. On his head, kind of pushed back. You can see this large widow peak. Carries himself with a regalness you haven't really come across in a long time. The last person you would have seen with this sort of demeanour would have been probably Duke Shallows when you took the contract to kill the Ramirez from him. And he's quite tall and slender. And he comes over and is like, "Oh, hello there. You're here about my my delivery scheme?"
Yeah, that's correct. I heard you needed something.
Good.
Moving.
Is it just you?
No, I'll be working with some friends.
Oh, good, because I don't think it's something that a single person could hope to deliver by themselves. And at this point, he kind of like clicks his fingers, and a couple of servants come in behind him, carrying this large chest with 4 poles kind of sticking out at the corners, carried by these 2 people. And they kind of put it on the table. You can actually see, even though that the chest is locked, it is wrapped in chains, and as they settle it down, you can see it actually shake on the table violently before becoming still again. A weird, almost screech growl coming from the inside. So is this...
Shall I like
Sorry,
perception check it, see if I can get any information, or...
You can make a nature check if you want, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, with a 7, you're like, yeah, I fucking have no clue what's in there.
Yeah.
Like, that was a screech growl. Like, what makes that sound?
Yeah, I'll turn to the Duke and say, am I allowed to know what's in the box?
I'd prefer if you did not know. I mean, it's not really something you have to concern yourself with. You are just but a sellsword, of course.
This is true, but I've got to make sure I'm safe while I'm delivering this.
Oh, as you can see,
I need to know what I'll potentially be dealing with if it gets out. Clearly, it's alive.
Yes, clearly. I mean, your eyes do not deceive you. However, as you can also see, it is in a locked chest, and it also has a chain around it. I very much doubt that it will break free.
Okay.
You don't seem convinced at all.
No, I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah, make an insight check if you want to see if how much he believes his own statements that he makes there. So yeah, like he very much seems very assured in that fact. Like there's no way this creature is being, whatever it is getting out.
He's a Duke, isn't he? He's not out on the road much, so.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, but we need this delivered to a baron of mine in Westerwatch. Is that acceptable?
Well, what's the going rate?
Well, maybe this is something that we can discuss. And he kind of clicks his fingers again, and another servant comes in, but this one seems a little bit more well dressed. He's kind of got a white shirt and a black blazer on, and he sits down and he opens this large book. And he kind of just starts scribbling down some numbers, crunching as it were, before he says, "Right, how about 200 gold pieces to take this to Westerwatch?"
Can I? I'll have to make a persuasion check to try and negotiate, won't I?
Yeah. But what do you say first before you make that?
Is that it? I feel like I'll need a bit
Is
more
that
for
it?
transporting something like this.
Yeah, and unfortunately with 11, he's like, "Yes, that's it.
Alright.
This isn't subject to debate. It's only a simple few days journey. I'm sure someone of
Well,
your...
simple on paper.
Yes, absolutely. You don't seem to have a lot of faith in your abilities, young Stephen."
I'm just not convinced that you guys are being, fully upfront on the details here. I don't know what I'm dealing with, so...
Absolutely. Well, all I can say is I can fully assure you that this is a pretty common job, taking this from point A to B. There shouldn't be nothing out of the ordinary when it comes to dealing with this.
Yeah, okay. I'll speak to my colleagues and I'll let you know.
Good stuff. Will you be taking the chest now?
I'll come back tomorrow.
Okay. Right. We'll expect you tomorrow then, young Stephen.
Yeah.
And as you leave and you head back to the inn, you see everyone again just eating some supper around this large table. Some soups with cheese and large hunks of freshly baked bread.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of looks up as you come back.
I'll sit and think on it for now.
Okay. Cool. Does anyone want to do anything else for the rest of today before we move on to the next one?
No.
We have some potions for healing, but maybe we'd like more, or...
We tried buying some last time. They're expensive.
Yeah.
I think we need a bit more.
We have
a
4
couple.
major medicine potions.
Yeah, just so everyone's aware, Ray, what is the treasury looking like currently after today's spending and yesterday's spending?
We have 300 and let me check here now. 383, and we actually only have 1 potion of healing left. Actually, we did use that on Nettles, I believe.
Jesus Christ, you guys spent like 500 gold pieces in a single day.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to work silver in case it happens again.
Yeah, no, I divvied up to, so I think Sparkles, Nettles, and...
Oh, that's right.
should have them.
Yeah.
So they should have some.
I've still got 10 platinum pieces on me. So I can put that back in the coffers.
Perfect. Where did they come from again? The platinum pieces.
10 gold pieces is a platinum piece, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, like he's probably just changed them up when you gave him the cash, right?
Oh, okay. And what else do we have? We have 4 good medicine, and yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So if I put the 10 gold, the platinum pieces back into the coffer now.
Cool. So add another 100 gold pieces then, Ray, to the treasury.
You can add 7 platinum pieces from me as well.
Yeah.
I'll borrow some.
Cool. So that's 170.
Are we all putting our money together?
If you have, you see, when we got to Bovinloft, we divvied out a lot of money, just between everyone.
Horns was asleep for that bit. They weren't here, were they? So
Yeah,
Sorry, how much would 100 gold be in platinum?
10.
10.
You always
10.
divide it by 10 as you move it up.
Oh.
The exception to that, I think, is Ethereum, which is like I think half of what it is valued in platinum. I think.
What is that currency? Because it's like weirdly slotted in the middle.
Yeah, so Ethereum is kind of a currency that belongs to a culture that is it's effectively like Roman coins, I guess, would be the way I'd like it would be the equivalent to you guys. It's like a culture that was really large in the past. Used to use these coins. A country called Numadia, and unfortunately, after it fell, the currency kind of became an antiquity that people still use, but it's not super common. Like, you're more likely to come across it more on the western side of the continent of Anfang.
I hand over 7 platinum pieces to Uncle.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
So I think that's 240 gold pieces total that you've been handed back. So to be fair, you haven't spent that much. Only like 300.
We have 623. So we're rolling it.
Cool.
623. So sorry, Horns, you wanted to go to potion shopping?
Yeah, I mean, if we can. I obviously have no gold coins, but
I'll go with her, seeing as I usually have the inventory. So.
Okay. Like, yeah, you guys will look around. Yeah, you guys are speaking about this at the table, and one of the bartenders hears you. And it's like, oh, you looking to purchase some potions?
Yes, please, if you know a good place.
There's a Harold's Brews. It's in the South Gates. I personally wouldn't go there myself, as he's also a maker of very potent poisons. I don't really trust that man, but if that is something that you have your heart set on, that's where I would start.
Yep, thank you very much. We'll have a look.
Can I do an insight check to see if he just doesn't like the man?
Yeah. The suspense is killing me, Ash.
Yeah. It's perception.
Yeah. So that was perception, but I will still go with the first number you rolled. Yeah, he seems like he's just a bartender at the end of the day. Like, he gives recommendations, but you feel like he's maybe a little bit snooty, just from the locale that you are currently staying at. Like, he's talking about people who live outside the city walls, and there's a little bit of a class divide there.
Sure.
But yeah, I suppose when we're finished our breakfast and all that, we head down to Southgate.
Yeah. And this time it'll be the afternoon, and you find this potion store very succinctly. It's one of the bigger buildings outside of the city walls. As you enter, you see it's very what's the word? Theatrical, I would say. You go into this large open room that is misty. There's large cauldrons with potions that are, or liquids that are giving off light from these large cauldrons that are dotted around the place, and you see behind the desk this large hatted man, pointed hat with purple robes, very similar almost to what Malak was going for. And he's got these like silver stars emblazoned on this robes that seem to move slowly across.
Yep.
My name is Harold. How can I help?
Good evening. Call me Uncle.
I'll call you sir if you don't mind.
Horns.
Lady.
So looking for some potions of healing, if you got it.
Of course. I have 3 in stock for 80 gold piece each.
How much, sorry?
80 gold pieces each.
80 gold piece. I'll take all 3 for 60 each.
Make a persuasion check. 75. That'd be 225.
I can't roll again though, can't I? Can't roll twice for the same thing, can you?
Yeah, you can roll once more.
Can I roll once more? And then I'll just say 70, yeah, just say 70.
75.
Okay.
So that's 225 gold pieces for 3 potions of healing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Damn. Go quite quick. And so we're going out out into the wilds. Do you have anything that might help us against maybe wolves or goblins or
Well, I'm not a blacksmith. However, I do have a large array of potions, if that is in your interest. I mean,
Yeah.
against wolves, I have this, and he pulls out a very elaborate vial that's in the shape of a wolf's head snarling. It's got this green liquid in that seems to simmer slightly, and you can actually see a canine tooth floating within the liquid. So this is a potion of animal friendship. This should hopefully resolve any issues you have with wolves on the road.
We kind of have wolves covered for befriending them. Maybe for goblins, any sort of things we could coat our weapons or arrows with, just to give us an extra hand.
I mean, if you was trying to befriend a goblin, I'd recommend rolling around in shit and banging your head against a rock very
I'm
violently.
not talking about befriending, I'm talking more about taking them out.
Okay. So, what is your, I mean, I would not waste any of my tinctures on a goblin. But if you insist, I mean, I can give you this, and it's a very dark red liquid in a very small vial. Called this Assassin's Poison. It's 150 gold pieces.
And what does it do? Is just I don't know how to ask this in question, but it's just poison damage basically. You just coat your blade.
So, any creature that is hit with this assassin's blood will find themselves not being able to operate at 100% capacity, whilst also suffering the intense pain of the blood itself. However, I will mention this is an ingested poison.
Ingested.
If you wanted something to put on your arrows, maybe I can recommend this. And he pulls up this very viscous, yellowish green liquid. It's like, this is mucus. Crawler mucus. The mucus of a crawler. This is 300 gold pieces.
Crawler mucus. What does that do?
So again, the creature will find themselves poisoned, even potentially paralyzed, once they come into contact with this mucus, so don't touch it. And until it manages to fight through that mucus through its system, or the venom, as it were, they should not be able to move.
Sounds
Enough to
interesting.
paralyze someone without killing them.
Absolutely.
I said, sounds interesting, but maybe next time when we pass through, I'll just take the potions of healing for now.
It makes sense.
Hey,
Right,
boss, are you sure you don't want the poison?
That would be like the rest of our money. Pretty sure.
Okay.
yeah, like when you get into potion and poison purchasing, it's very much like a rich man's game.
Yeah.
People don't typically like window shop potions and poisons. It's very much like a needs must sort of thing. Like if you have a specific need for one, you'll go buy it.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah,
Lovely.
all good.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thanks. See you again.
Goodbye. And you guys head once more back to the Apple Lane, where all the market stalls are. And yeah, if that concludes the Bovinloft saga, we'll skip to the next morning. Unless anyone else wanted to do anything whilst there.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually asking around the market to see if there's anything that needs to be transported to Lichen Meadow.
Okay, make a general charisma check.
Go.
Nice.
Go.
So yeah, you ask around, and a few people do kind of. There is Flick at the sound of you, kind of like generally approaching the street, asking if anyone needs a retinue of guards to accompany their goods. And you're there for about 5 minutes before this gentleman comes up to you. It's like, yeah, I need some goods headed to Lichen Meadow. What's your rate?
You'd say, well, it depends on the goods first, and how much.
Well, I don't think the goods should matter too much. I mean, it's a cart's worth of goods for sure. He's a hooded male man. He seems a little bit overweight. He's got like this rope belt that kind of keeps his tunic fixed to his body, and his belly very much overhangs over the front of it.
How long does it take to get to Lichen Meadow?
If you, it's actually on the map. If you'd like to give it a quick look, but from here, if you're following the roads, about a week and a half. Oh, sorry, 9 days.
9 days.
Technically 10 days. There's no weeks in this world. There's only 10 days, or a 10-day.
It's a long journey to Lichen Meadow, and it's a lot of goods you want us to transport.
Mm-hmm.
I would say 350 gold pieces.
He kind of almost takes a step back, like you've insulted him, insulted his mother, and he's like, 350 gold pieces? Are you fucking joking?
Can I, after seeing his reaction, I'll say, okay, 300.
Mate, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, just for reference, like, Zach was offered 200 by the Duke to transport something to, Westerwatch.
Okay.
That was a lot closer to Westerwatch. Westerwatch is like, what, a day or two?
Days away.
Yeah, 100%, but that's like someone who has, like, tax money that they can just spend, you know?
Yeah.
Like, this guy is a merchant on the street. Like, look, mate, I'll give you 100 gold pieces. Make a persuasion if you want a little bit more. Yeah, I'm almost tempted to say fuck off, but
Yeah.
you know,
We'll
you do have a mighty big sword there, so
Okay, done.
cool. So I'm expecting it to be with my my comrade in 9 days, yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank. You're looking for transport work. I did speak to the Duke yesterday.
That's so. Nettle.
Yeah, he's got a big package he wants moving, but it looks like it might be.
As Nettle approaches the commander, the guy who was just like bargaining with Funk is like, "What's going on here? I thought you was offering your services to go to Lichen Meadow, and now your retinue has come with you for another job with the Duke."
This is none of your concern. We will transport your goods. Now,
First,
Nettle,
I'd
as you were
hope.
saying, is Westerwatch on the way to Lichen Meadow, or is
No,
it going
the
the
way.
opposite
The
direction?
completely opposite direction.
Oh. What is the Duke's asking price?
200 gold pieces.
200 gold pieces. I give the merchant man some side eye.
What, you want me to compete with the Duke? Is that
I
really
won't. I won't mention just yet what's described the box yet.
Well, if you give us a bit of leeway, call it 13 days, and we will transport your goods.
Just Jack. Just a side note. Where was it the
Needlerough.
smugglers wanted me to take it to?
Needlerough, which is the country in the Red Clay Mire on the far south side of the country.
Oh, so that's way out of the way. Yeah. Okay. I'll wait for the. I'll wait for the merchant to walk off.
Yeah,
What
at
does
this
he say to
point,
my
he
proposal?
just kind of throws his hands up and is like, "Right, well, I guess if my goods are still here by the time you get back, we can speak about it again. But this is not how I do business." And he's kind of pointing his pudgy finger at you, Funk. When you turn to look at him, he kind of
he didn't know. He didn't know where the
I know Uncle
company.
wasn't there, but couldn't we take it with us and just go down from Westerwatch?
Are you
Go
speaking?
down from Westerwatch. Yeah, sorry, go on. No, never mind. I'm not here, so never mind.
When does the Duke want this transported by? Nettle.
He didn't say he wanted it there by a specific date. He just said, "Can we take it there?" But I mean, it's a big golden chest with chains on it. It's going to attract people you don't really want attracted to you. So it's not something we want to be carrying around for 3 weeks.
And do you have any inkling as to the nature of the contents?
I mean, it's alive. That's all I know. There's something inside the box, and I don't know what it is, and they don't want me to know either. So it's potentially something that might be problematic.
Okay.
As a side note as well, a local gang that I met by pure chance offered
You've been busy.
more money than the Duke is willing to pay if we take it to Needlerough.
How much?
So, they didn't say. I can go back to where I accidentally met them and ask how much specifically, but they said it will be worth it.
If you could also perhaps get the information of what resides within the chest out of them.
Yeah, I'll try. They seem to know more.
Okay.
I'll have a chat. I also didn't mention to the Duke that who we are. I went by a fake name just in case we didn't want to do the right thing.
What was that name?
Stephen.
Stephen. Okay. Thank you for telling me.
My intimidating mercenary name.
Fucking the commander is currently wondering how he ended up with the nickname Funk. Cool. So as you guys retire for the night, if everyone would like to subtract another gold piece from their coin purses, if they're going to spend another night at the Forlorn Candle.
I mean, we can stay at my really cheap pub if you like.
Oh, I might take you up on that. I don't have any money.
How much is that?
I actually don't know how much it is to stay there, to be fair. I only went in for a drink. A very expensive drink.
Yeah.
I'd say thanks, Nettle, for the offer, but I'd rather stay here, thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend staying there, especially if we're going to be doing work for them. I don't think they'll want us rocking up in the pub.
Yeah. Fucking Nettle went to a dive bar.
What was the Duke's name, by the way?
Of this town?
Yeah,
Bracken.
Bracken.
Yeah. There's Duke Bracken and Duke Shallows, who are both the Dukes of Walter Glen, the king being King Lycan Maine. And obviously each town has a baron, but you guys don't really give a shit about them until you end up in their settlements. The only one you met is Ganth from Swinemouth.
And what were the smugglers called again?
They were the Colbolt Trout.
So, have we all met up since? Or do we know what the plan is? Like, are you speaking about the plan, or...?
Yeah, for the sake of this, we'll say we're back in the Forlorn Candle. If you want to subtract an additional gold piece, Ray, just for horns.
Yeah.
So she's not sleeping on the street.
Yeah. Perfect, yeah.
And yeah, you're all back at this big table. Everyone's having their last meal and pints before they go to bed.
So I look at Tunk and say, what's the plan, boss, for the next couple of days?
Yeah, well, Nettle's been very busy since coming into town, and he has a proposal, a delivery, to take to Westerwatch, and now the nature of the contents are currently unknown. So he's going to be convening with some people that may know more, and I think until then we should wait to decide.
Well, Westwatch isn't too far away. It's just down by the Westflow River. I can see if I can get us a barge for ourselves and our cart, just to speed up the journey a bit. I think we could float down the river in maybe half the time.
Would be very handy.
By road.
Yeah.
Just let me know, boss. See what we do.
Go ahead, do it.
It's like
So
10 PM, you're like, do it. Get done.
do it.
Yeah.
Uncle's like looking at his ring. He's like, oh.
He's like, what?
Does Uncle want to accompany me to the Winter Ward? Because you'll probably get a boat round there when you're cheap.
Yeah, so I'll go around with him.
Where I'll sort to the Colbolt Trout again.
Yeah, and I'll go with him to the there as well. Yeah, perfect.
Cool. So yeah, you guys.
want me to come with protection?
Yeah, I nod to Horns to kind of do a head nod to get her to come along with us as well.
Okay.
A nice intimidating tiefling to come along.
So yeah, you guys head back down to the Winter Ward. You can see most people in the walled city at this time are still walking around. There's lampposts that have eternal flames burning in them, and people are just kind of enjoying their evening. However, as you get past the south gate, you do notice that people tend to stay in their homes at this time of night. There's a little bit of a foreboding atmosphere that arises. You can smell the shit that is dumped into the East Flow River even as soon as you hit the south gate. And as you make your way down south back towards the Black Apple, you enter this bar, which once again is quite empty, but there are a few regulars on sitting in booths that kind of keeps themselves. You once more see this large Goliath man sitting behind the bar, just polishing it, wiping it down.
Is that the guy I spoke to last time?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say one thing before you start? The bracers, the two wolven bracers, I'll choose one just because I was acting as kind of leader. I would have put that back to Tunk, so and Nettle would wear the other one usually.
Cool.
I kind of nod for you two to get a table while I get us some drinks.
And as you guys kind of pull up in one of the booths on the far side of this like very dingy, grimy bar, Nettle, you head up back to the man that you spoke to before, who had this marking tattooed on his neck. He's like,
"Yeah,
can I help you?"
I need some more information on the contract with the Duke.
Why is that?
Well, I've been to see him, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be the easiest package to move, especially not without attracting attention.
I would agree. Yep.
Do you know what's in it?
I have a feeling. We have some information, but why should I tell you? You're just supposed to be transporting the goods after all. Not looking to take that loot for yourself, are you?
No, but I just want to know, how much work is going to be required in moving it.
I'm really fond of this saying, actually. What was it? A curiosity killed the cat, or something to that effect. I think that really is quite apt in this moment. Yes. Make a persuasion check. It's like, look, I'll tell you this. And he kind of leans in. It's alive.
Well, I gathered that. Thank you. Do you know how much you guys willing to pay the rent? Because the distance is considerably further than where the Duke wants us to take it.
Yeah, that's
so is
true.
the payment going to be worth the extra distance, or?
Well, of course, this is the Colbolt Trout you're speaking to. I mean, I'll tell you what, if you head towards Westerwatch, we'll have a barge set up halfway down the east flow. Take it to there instead. We'll sail around the island. Get to Needlerough. Shops are good.
Yeah, that does sound convenient.
Yes, I mean it's well thought out. We're willing to pay you. Well, what we're willing and what we want to pay you are two very different things, honestly. What was you thinking, young sir? Sorry, what was your name again? Nettles?
Yeah, Nettle.
Yeah.
Can I hear this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, make a perception check.
And are you relaying this information, Nettle, to me, like as the conversation's happening, or?
I don't know if I can link like the conversation, but I can basically fill you in what's being said, or at least straight after I can tell you what he said or ask you questions with it.
Cool.
Yeah, there's just a weird pause where Nettle stares at this bartender and he's like mentally putting in the information over. Yeah, I'd say you can hear this, Uncle.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it's something that he's done very much, but Uncle does have a mind link that he can speak to people in. He doesn't do it very often. It's not something he uses very much, but he says to Nettles at least 600 gold pieces.
You think that much? Jesus. I'll say it. I say we're looking for 600.
Yeah, we're making an
I'll lie
enemy
about how
of
much the Dukes offered us. I'll say the Dukes offered us 500 to move the package, so we want at least 6.
Make a deception check first off.
Oh, I'm good at that one. I'm not.
He says,
Yeah.
I always roll bad, man.
Make
Always roll
a make a persuasion check.
I'm not good at that one.
Yeah, he looks at you. He's like, really? He offered you that much money, did he? That tight fucker up in that ivory tower offered you that much money. I mean, look around. He's obviously not putting his tax money back into the community. So, but you want 600 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Deal.
Oh shit! We should have asked more.
I was thinking 1,000.
Did I say 600? I meant 6,000.
I thought 1,000 would have been a bit too much. Cause
Yeah, make a
Yeah, I
persuasion
mean,
with
considering we got
disadvantage.
200, I thought we were like way highballing in there. Especially as they're providing the boat. Damn.
Because we're only taking a half day's journey, aren't we? Basically.
So on the boat, with the barge, are we accompanying it on the barge, or are we delivering it to the barge, and then
No,
we're done?
you're accompanying it. They're paying you for detail to move it
Right.
to Needlerough.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that'd be a lot of money to just like walk it outside of town and be
Yeah.
like, "Here you go."
Yeah. Yeah. So I relay that all to Thunk.
Hmm.
Let him make the decision.
Wait, did we piss off this Baron
You're just
already?
awkwardly staring at this bartender, waiting for Funk to get back in touch with you, and you're like,
Do we know how much? Effectively, if we were to make an enemy of the Duke, like,
But how long are we planning to stay in this region for? Whereas the Colbolt Trout are kind of everywhere, and they're sort of people you like to be on your side.
well, I'd say they're not everywhere, but they do have influence on this side of the continent, especially here in Ravenbend, which is a very heavily river-infested country to the south.
Yeah.
But he's right, like, they're a good friend to have, especially if you're in this region. But
Yeah.
at the same time, you know, a Duke is quite a powerful enemy to make at the same time.
Well, we've already pissed one Duke off in this region, so what's
might as
Yeah.
well.
why stop there?
You know what? Yeah, let's take this offer.
And to be fair, the Duke doesn't know who we are. I never told this Duke real information.
Mm.
I didn't tell him who
All
I
he
told
knows
him
is with Stephen.
Stephen with some colleagues.
Yeah,
probably
let's,
shouldn't go
take
in,
what we can get.
in
Wanted.
the company colours when we go to pick up the chest.
Half-elf man, known as, goes by Stealing Stephen. 100 gold pieces.
It's very trusting of being given like no information.
So yes,
So I think we're going to do it, are we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm nod to the.
and so begins the criminal
Goliath.
enterprise of the company of the Bronze Line. Cool. So, like, you reach your hand over Nettle, and the Goliath kind of encompasses your entire fist with his own. Shakes it lightly, though. Very, very feminine handshake. And he says, not to be sexist, sorry, girls. And then he says, right, well, I'll expect to see you soon then, Nettle.
Yeah.
And as you go to walk away, he's like, hang on. We've spoken about this before. You don't come to
Buy
the
a bloody
bar and
pint.
not buy a drink. I'll see you over there with your friends. That'll be 15 gold pieces, mate.
I don't have that much. How does 1 gold and 7 silver pieces sound?
I'll take it. He just takes your entire coin purse.
I have nothing.
Yeah. And he passes you like 3 dainty cups, like half pints of
Yeah.
this like really murky, bitter Bon appetit.
Cheers, mate.
And he goes back to wiping down the bar. Cool. So you guys got your first illegal contract. Well done.
Rebuilding the company is going well.
Who says crime doesn't pay? So yeah, we'll fast forward to the next morning. You guys are all now gathered outside of the governmental building. You actually see that the Duke isn't there with the chest and the few Lycan guard that he has. But instead, there's another man. He's a short man. He's a little bit bloated as well. A little bit bigger. He's human, and he's got like this ring of hair that goes around the back of his head and a very wispy beard that hasn't really come through. It's like, my name is Baron Sander. I am the Baron of Bovinloft. The Duke has said that he's made an agreement with you, Stephen. I'll take it you're in charge here.
Yep, that's me.
Lovely. Right, and is there a collective name for this organisation?
Not
You take an awful long time there, Stephen.
really. No, we're just kind of just some mercenaries paying the bills, you know.
Right, make a deception check.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You've never made a good roll outside of combat ever.
Yeah, literally.
I only roll in combat.
Yeah. When Zach's in combat, it's like 24, 25. Outside of combat, it's like 6, 4. He looks at you. You see his eyebrow twitch, but he doesn't say anything. He's like, right. Right. Anyway, are you reloading this up on your cart then?
Yep.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And he nods to his men, who then put it in the back of the cart. You would know, also Sparkles, that Astra has been there the entire time, nary a wink of sleep, and he has made sure that no one has actually touched the cart. At one point, there was a shadowy figure who did come in. However, as soon as Astra started squawking, the guy was like, "Fucking shut up!" And then he tripped over the alarm that started making bells go off, and he like quickly ran away. So yeah, he didn't get anywhere near the cat. And I'm not sure if you would have kept that to yourself or not, but that is some information that you would be aware of.
Sparkles our surveillance team, basically.
I think, knowing that no one was actually got in, I'd just leave it for now, not worry him.
Yeah.
We go to the toilet.
Cool. So as you guys are all like ready to get on in the cart, then something to bear in mind is now that there's such a huge amount of chests, like large chests in the back of this cart, that only Poet and Treacle can fit in there as well. So everyone else is going to have to walk on the sides for this journey.
Yeah.
What about the little girl? Is she still with us?
Who? Sorry.
Princess.
Yeah, Princess tends to like to stay on the outside of the cart as well. You see that she it seems to have struck up quite a sisterly relationship with Wolfsbane since they've been traveling together. You see that she very much defers to her. If you find something, she'll be the first person to show it to. And she does look at you from time to time, Horns, being the only other girl as company. But your general intimidating demeanor, your massive fucking biceps just intimidate her so much that she hasn't quite made up the courage to approach you yet.
Sure.
How would you react to that?
I'd chuckle under my breath every time she'd look at me.
How would that sound? Cool. So as the cart starts making its way outside of the crest, down past the Fallen Woods, what you see is a bunch of fields that used to be a forest that has been uprooted and turned into farmland, but you can very much see these like dips that go across on this very newly planted field. You guys start making your way east towards Westerwatch. So as the day continues, any particular commands that you have for the company, Funk and Uncle?
Are we just like on our way to the barge, or are we?
You've just left Bovinloft.
Yeah, so it'll take it's like a day's ride to where they said the barge would be, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's halfway there. So I would be I'll just be on the cart with Buttercup, getting ready to go.
Cool. Sparkles, if you could deploy Asta to give us a good field of view from up top in case we have any unwanted guests.
Yep, 100%.
Cool. Did you want to make a perception check through? Yep. Because it's Asta who's making it, you can actually use a Eagle's modifiers, I would say. So I believe they have advantage on.
I was going to use the owl. Sorry.
Oh, owl. Sorry. Yeah, you can use the owl stat block then. There we go.
Just put the information in for it.
Yeah.
What's happening? Sorry.
So
Plus 3 to it.
Funk has commanded Sparkles to use Asta to like get a view on people approaching the cart, just kind of set up guard. So yeah, his perception is +3, and yeah. So if you want to roll again, and then just change that to a +3 as well. So that first one would be an 11.
Yes, to roll another perception was that.
Mhm. That was 12. Sorry. So yeah, like you don't see anyone approaching. No one seems to be making a move towards you, but you're still quite close to Bovinloft. However, as the day goes by, and unfortunately you start making your way a little bit closer back towards the Greyfell Wilds, you do become increasingly uneasy. Obviously, you've just really got away from that region, and now to be heading a little bit closer, it's kind of like, for fuck's sake. Not ideal. But everyone seems in quite good spirits. I mean, the thought of a nice hefty payday in a relatively short amount of time. Oh, you guys have nearly made like $2,000, like in a nearly 2-week period or 2 10-day periods.
Yeah.
So you're feeling quite good about yourself. Cool. And as we end up heading towards the afternoon, once again, rain starts to drizzle down on the company. People put the tarp back up on the back of the wagon, especially because there's 2 treasure chests in there now.
I was gonna say, did we not have that from the start?
Yeah.
Rolling with these like exposed massive chests.
Yeah. And just next to it is a sign that says, "Please rob us."
Yeah.
As you guys are making your way a little bit more towards the river, it ends up that point of day where the cook Treacle is starting to make everyone a little bit of gumbo from the supplies that he has. And he says, he kind of turns to you, Horns, he's like, "You still haven't gotten me that salmon yet. The river's right there."
On the barge. On the barge.
On the barge. It's always the next day. Let's just be patient, Treacle. It's never, "Okay, I'll get that fish for you, Treacle." You can hear him kind of grumbling to himself as he's making do with what he can. As it starts to turn to night, everyone kind of sets up their sleeping bags and such. What is the watch looking like, Uncle or Funk, depending on who wants to take charge of that?
So I'll take care of this maybe. So I'll just say myself and Nettles first, and then Horns and Sparkles on second.
Let's actually flip my dog out.
Okay. So sorry, who was on the first one?
Myself and Nettles.
Cool.
It's just,
Is
again,
Harald's daughter currently traveling with us, or
Yes.
are we going to be?
Like, she's princess.
Okay.
She's the oh yeah, you were gone for that. I was just explaining, like, she very much has like a sisterly, big sister kind of view of Wolfsbane, and she is intrigued by Horns, but because Horns is so fucking wham and a little bit of a car crash of a person, like, she's really good at fighting, but she's like always like drinking and intimidating people. She's a little bit intimidated by her.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So as you guys and can I get a perception from both Nettles and Uncle, please?
God.
Obviously, Uncle, yours would be at disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
Phew!
I'm not having a good few days.
Oh God!
Wow.
What was it? I can't see mine actually.
Something bad's gonna happen
You
tonight.
got 5. You got that one.
Oh, that one I can roll again then.
Oh yeah, you can. Yep, being a hobbit does have its
Nice.
charms. Unfortunately, that's still a 10.
Yeah.
Okay, bear with me one
We
second.
both got nat ones. We both got nat ones.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And God, yeah. Well, that wasn't
about to
supposed to
get
be.
attacked.
Yeah, that wasn't supposed to be in the general. As the night progresses, what are you guys talking about?
I'm just asking how you feel about this illegal contract, Uncle. I thought you were a pretty straight edge guy.
Pretty by the book. We need the money, but I don't think we'll be passing by Bovinloft anytime soon. So, or I hope not. But whatever Tunk says, he's the boss, so he knows what's best for the company.
Yeah.
We'll take what we can get. I'd like to ask Poet about kind of like the origins of the company, any information on like past headquarters, stuff like that.
Okay. And he says, I'll be honest with you, Governor. Fuck knows. We're so old at this point that knowing anything about where this company came from is little to nothing on that I can actually decipher. I can see that it seems that the company was founded by Red Eye Rook, which is a place, but that's about it. Obviously, we know that the person who founded the company was known as Lionheart, and as tradition, that nickname is passed on to all the commanders that succeeded. In my lifetime, we haven't had a base of operations. But that being said, we did have one more towards the west, I seem to remember, in days past. I can have a look in the Chronicle for you and get back to you with that information.
Please do.
Yes, is this something that we're going to pursue then?
Potentially, depending on the information uncovered.
Mm.
But this Red Eye Rook, you said, has anybody heard of this place before?
No. I mean, we're pretty well travelled, this company. And there's not been a single Red Eye Rook that we've come across.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Thank you
fuck
both.
knows. And as the night is progressing, Nettle and Uncle, you're there on your watch. Uncle is still smoking some of that pipe weed that he got from Flax the Hobbit back in Bovinloft, thinking fondly of that pork pie with a cranberry topping that he had the delight of trying whilst he was there. Nettle just being his normal self-loathing self, sort of like, fuck, can't believe I'm like, we're gonna have to go all the way to fucking Needlerough now. What a shithole. When you hear this weird squawk roar come from the tree line to the south.
Oh, Jesus.
As you
Sound
do,
good.
barreling towards you, two glinting red eyes and a large feathered body. You guys see an owlbear.
I think it's an owlbear. I shout. What would I shout?
Owlbear.
Oh fuck.
Owlbear, just oh fuck. And company. I shout for the company and take out my crossbow, which I would have had in my hand, but yeah, I have crossbow ready.
Cool. Can everyone roll initiative for me, please, and make sure that you are selected your token.
Where are the tokens?
Yeah, I can't see.
Oh, did I not?
Token.
Oh, for
Nothing
fuck's
there on
sake! I'm
board.
so sorry, guys.
Ah.
Oh,
God.
sorry. Before we start as well, in terms of my pet, I have to roll initiative for that as well, do I?
Yeah, if you want to use it in combat, for sure. I'll just be obviously if that thing dies though, it's like
Yeah, hard 7.
I don't actually have a token for it, so I'll make one just for the time being that we'll use as a just for the time being. Oh no! You know what? Fuck it. This can do.
Nice.
I'll give you. I don't know why I have a token of a giant owl at the disposal. Can't remember when I used that, but let's see.
What is it we're fighting?
An owlbear.
Oh, it's an actual thing.
Yeah, it's a large owl with the body of a bear that
Oh,
is known to be extremely territorial, extremely vicious. Imagine what the stories you hear about bear attacks and just put that on steroids. Give it a beak.
Nice. At least hasn't got such a big jaw.
What do I know about owlbears? Can I make a roll?
No, you can't because you are currently asleep.
Let's see.
No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to add turn.
Sparkles is actually ready for the fight, surprisingly.
Once.
Okay, is everyone on the tracker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Cool.
You have to click your character on the map.
Yeah.
And then initiative.
I am.
Do I need to roll initiative for the familiar?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay.
Okay, so what's his dex modifier?
Have you clicked your token, Ash?
I have, but it's like
And it's like
What?
selected,
Okay.
is it?
I can move it.
But as in like when you click it, there should be like a border that like appears around it.
I think
No.
you are on there, Ash.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
she's
okay.
on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did it, Ash.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Okay. So just so you guys are aware, the only people who would currently be awake would be Nettles, Cotman, Uncle, and the elves, because obviously they don't sleep. They could just kind of like relax. Everyone else would be asleep. So let me just quickly clarify this. But I believe you will have to wake for sleeping allies.
Yeah. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, so I believe it's an action to wake another ally,
Oh, damn.
which would be Horns and Big Man Commander over there.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, because you guys were surprised by Owlbear, because you had bad perception rolls, even though it rolled the lowest, it's going to take a surprise round and act out of initiative first. At which point it's going to run up to you guys, and it's going to slap you with its claw, Uncle, and it's going to bite you with its beak, Nettles. So
How big is this thing? Like, what size creature is it classed as?
large. So can you see the creature?
Yep.
So what you are is normal. I actually need to make raised token smaller because he's small. This is large. This would be huge. And that would be gargantuan, or anything plus. So, like, even if it's that or that, it's still gargantuan.
That's a big owlbear.
Yeah. Okay, so the first attack I said was going for Ray. Ray, what's your AC?
16.
16. Okay, that hits, unfortunately. And it hits you for 7. Oh no, I've rolled the wrong attack. Sorry, that's my bad. It hits you for 14 piercing, slashing damage, sorry, as its claw wallops into your chest. So its entire mitt being pretty much the size of your body. And as it pierces you, Zach. Oh, actually, what's your AC, Zach?
15.
You manage to definitely dodge out the way as it goes to peck you with its large beak. And now we're going to go from initiative order. So I believe it is now you, Mr. Uncle.
Yeah, so if I want to disengage, does that count as an action?
Yes, it does.
So,
Does waking someone up count as an action?
Yes, it does.
so I'm going to disengage as an action, and then I'm going to move towards Tunk, and then I'm going to use my action surge to do a second action and go
Mhm.
wake up Tunk.
Good choice. And just be aware for the people who were resting, you won't be in your armor, so your AC will just be 10 plus your dex. Yeah, especially if you're wearing heavy armor. Like, you can get away with sleeping in medium and light armor, but if you're heavy armor, it's a case of, you won't go to bed in full chainmail.
And then I finish off my move by moving next to the sleeping horns.
So
Cool.
if you woke Thunk up,
He did.
Yeah.
How does that sound? What do you? describe that to us.
Oh,
You just get up to him like The Funk's like, what the fuck? Sparkles, your nighttime reading is unfortunately interrupted as this owlbear mauls your friend off in the distance.
Jordan looks up to see.
Yeah, he looks up, sees this happen, but just looks back down again.
Yeah, does a double take. Like, wait, did I just see that?
Cool. Sparkles, what you do?
So, do I have to take an action to actually get up?
No, because you're elf, you don't sleep. Like you're.
Because I'm still unconscious.
Yeah, it would be half your movement to stand up, but other than that, yeah. Because I assume you're not just standing up the entire night, like some sort of cow.
No, yeah, I'll stand up then. So for half the movement, and then I'll. Can't go there. Is that 15? And then I'll wake up.
Well, Wolfsbane actually isn't asleep either because she is an elf. It'd be your horns would be the other person. So if you wanted to retake your movement, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll.
You walk up to Wolfsbane, you're like, wake up. She's like, I'm awake. Like, we're literally the only two people who don't sleep here, and I'm the only person who tried to wake up.
In that case, then I know I'll wake up horns instead, just so we're all awake.
Everyone's like moving slowly further and further away from the owlbear under the pretense they're helping wake people up, but they're just putting distance between themselves and the
just running the
owlbear.
fuck away.
Cool. Anything for your bonus action, or is that the end of your turn?
That's the end of my turn.
Cool. It is you, Nettle.
Can you use your bonus action any time?
Yeah.
So I'm going to cast this.
Oh, that's sick. Yep, that is really good.
So that lets me move away and still attack, right?
And give you advantage on one weapon attack roll on your turn, which deals an extra 1d8 force damage. What the fuck? That's OP as
Just
shit.
sick, isn't it? I'm going to run back to be
And it
near-
increases your walking speed by 30 feet, so you can pretty much, if you dashed, you could go 120 foot in one range. What? That seems.
See you later, guys.
Oh yeah.
I'm out. I'm just sprint away.
Yeah, you just see Nettle go into the darkness. Never see him again. Cool. Okay, so yeah, you dash back there after like dodging this owlbear.
Yeah. So then I can use my bow to get an advantage attack, right?
Yeah. Uncle, by the way, I never explicitly said, but I assume you went and picked up your falchion.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Yeah.
You're just like,
One, yeah.
fuck. Cool.
So attack my longbow with advantage.
Yeah, that hits. See, this is what we're talking
And then
about.
how do I
Zach.
roll the damage here?
You just click on the longbow button underneath to hit roll.
Well, I've got the bonus damage from.
So yeah, if you roll the longbow damage and just roll a d8 after that, and then roll a d8 from the top left, or you can just put /roll d8. So yeah, 12 damage. Nice. Okay. How? So what do people see? How does this look? Zach?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just like straight into that side of his head, in like his shoulder or something.
Yeah. Cool.
Makes me a bit angry.
Funk, you are. Yeah, you're woken to. You can move further if you want. Obviously, you've got like a lot of movement speed. If you wanted to put a bit more distance between yourself and the owlbear.
No, I wanted to get like near Dunk while he's waking up.
Okay.
Team player.
Admirable. Yeah. Funk, you wake to the sound of a hobbit screaming in your face mere inches from your sleeping head. But you quickly wake up, shake yourself awake, and instantly you're in that combat phase. And yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I have a quick look around just to see kind of what's going on. I see the owlbear, and you see me reach under my pillow, and I take out a piece of like parchment. And as I take it out, you see like a shimmering field of energy appear around me. As I was thinking, I would sleep without armor, probably.
Yep.
So I'd have, and sorry, grabbing my shield. Would that be a free action, or
Putting it on would be an action.
okay?
But yeah, picking up your weapons and shield would be a free action.
Okay, cool. And yeah, you see a shimmering field of energy appear around me as I cast Shield of Faith on myself. And I'm going to walk straight up to the owlbear.
Put that in the chat for us.
Yeah.
cool.
It's a bonus action. I haven't
Yeah.
by then, but. And yeah, I'm gonna be kind of like interposing my shield between the owlbear and the rest of the party.
Cool. Wolfsbane, you wake up. Well, I say you wake up. You see Sparkles run across the camp to come wake you up. Realize that you're not sleeping, and he kind of like diverts and runs the other way. But looking to the south of the camp, you do see a large owlbear ferociously attack Nettle, who is just kind of like dodging and weaving. But it does get a mighty crack on Uncle, who flies backwards and then starts waking up the rest of his comrades. How do you react?
Obviously in the confusion and everything, I'm just trying to take in. Obviously everyone running around me, not sure entirely what's going on, but
Yep.
obviously realise I've got to make some action here. I cast Sacred Flame onto the beast.
Okay. Are you standing up as well?
I'll stand up, so is that half an action?
So I need to make a dex saving throw, don't I? Yeah. Cool. Unfortunately, he makes it. So the owlbear dodges as this bright white glittery flame flies over the top of the of this owlbear.
Okay. Can I still move? Sorry.
Yeah, but you've got only 15 foot of movement because you was sitting.
Okay, I'm just going to move back slightly.
Yep.
Yeah, in reaction to obviously the beast not taking any damage from me. It's the end of my turn.
What is that?
That is Princess.
Oh, right.
She just spawned out of nowhere. Yeah. Okay, Jordan, it is Asta.
Looks like a little demon.
Jesus Christ, guys. It's like a child having fun, and you guys are like, what is that creature?
Oh yeah, okay. Zoomed in. And it's got like the same colour border as the owl beast, so I thought it was like some little minion it summoned.
It's summoned a child. It's Mowgli.
So with Asta, I'll move in 10, and then move back out 30. Sorry, I'll move in, use help, which I'm going to use to the next person who's attacked his horns will have advantage.
Yeah.
Or can I pick anyone to have advantage?
No, it's the next ability check. The creature you aid gains an advantage on the next ability check. If you're moving up to it, it will be... You wouldn't be able to move away until the person you're aiding has taken its thing, which I assume would be Funk, based that he's the only one currently approaching the owlbear.
Okay. In that case, then I will actually just move it out a bit and not make it die.
I'm sorry, Commander, but I love this owl.
I ain't got the gold to cast it back. But yeah, I'll move it kind of like around the campfire a bit.
Cool. Okay. It is now the owlbear's turn, and he's going to very aggressively try and peck you, Commander. What's your AC?
At 21.
And that hits. And it does 13 damage as its large beak kind of crashes down into one of your pectoral muscles, creating this large hole in your body. And seeing Nettle move away is actually going to become a little bit infuriated and move up to him. And
okay, he's
yeah, he's a big boy, and he's going to try and smack you with the claw, Nettle. Oh, that was a D100, and he misses again. Like, he comes at you with this large claw, and you just dodge it.
Thanks, mate.
I'm gonna use my reaction, using the Sentinel feat, to make an attack roll against it.
Yep. Cool.
Would that be at advantage because we're?
I'll say yes. Technically, I think you have to be here, but I mean, fucking whatever, man.
Okay.
Cool. Cool. 6 damage. Nice. So what do we see? What does that look like?
So yeah, as the owlbear shifts its attention over to Nettle, I quickly just slash it in the back as it turns around.
Could you make a concentration check for your Shield of Faith for me, please?
I already did. I
Oh,
got
did
nat
you?
20. Yeah.
Oh yeah, cool. Jesus Christ. Horns, it is you. So you wake up
Wake
to
up.
yeah, to like two people standing over you, and they're like, "Horns, please."
I take in a deep breath as I rise up,
Yep.
hand on my crossbow, and have my swords in hand. I'm not sure what armor I'm wearing because it says I have light, medium, and strong armor.
Well,
so
it'd be whatever one you've got currently in your inventory. So you're wearing
chainmail.
I would assume so. So I think
So that means
yeah,
I
it'd be
wouldn't wearing
chainmail.
it.
So your AC would actually be 10.
Okay.
But yeah, so you're rising up with your crossbow, correct?
With my crossbow.
Yep.
And then I get a good look because I can obviously see a lot better.
Mhm.
And I see that this beast is actually too big for a crossbow that I have. So instead I get my double-edged sword
Mhm.
and I do a running attack.
Cool. So yeah, you can easily make it over there.
Yeah. So I get over here
Oh, yep.
and I raise up my double-edged sword and I swipe it like a twist, try and like helicopter chop the owl's head off.
Nice. Okay, make that attack with advantage as you've got a few people crowding around this owlbear at this point. I love advantage. So actually, that unfortunately misses as you run up.
That's advantage. That was normal.
But you rolled twice anyway, so that would count stipulate as advantage. But yeah, unfortunately, you're still like getting the sleep out your eyes, and your mind's racing. Like you picked up your crossbow at first, you dropped it, then you picked up your sword, run over there, went to slice, but unfortunately, yeah, the attack went wide, and now we're back to you, Uncle.
Because he's pretty hurt, he's just going to use his second wind ability just to recover some points. So do a d10. That's 9 plus 2 for his level, so it's
Yep.
11 points.
If you ever want to heal HP, just press the hit dice button, and that's the best indication.
Okay. And then I'm going to stay where I am. Yeah.
Cool.
So that's all good, yeah?
Remember to add that HP to your inventory. I think you're on 19 now. Sparkles, it's you.
Cool. I can't cast spells through people, can I? So I'm going to move slightly to the side.
Yep.
And then I'm going to cast magic missiles on him.
Cool. Well, that's the thing. You can actually cast spells through people, but it's just harder to hit the target you're aiming for. But with magic missiles, it doesn't matter because they're like locked on auto-aiming missiles.
I'll stay there anyway.
Yep.
And then so I'll attack that. And I'll obviously there's nothing else to attack, so I'll do 4 or 3.
So yeah, 3d4 plus 3. So 10 damage as he's well, yeah. Describe to us what we see, John.
So just this glowing kind of like purple comes out of my hands as I kind of fire towards it, and all of a sudden these 3 shards just kind of envelop it and shoot straight into it.
That's cool. I imagine it almost like you conjure an amethyst geode that shatters, then Nettle.
1 second.
You having like flashbacks to the abattoir?
He's been bitten a lot, actually.
Yeah. I'm a ranger. I'm the animal specialist of the group. He's just been mauled continuously by every animal he comes into contact with.
How do spells work? Is there like a cooldown, or can I just cast Zephyr Strike again?
Well, your Zephyr Strike is still up. It's still active. You see, if you look at the description for it, it says duration, concentration 10 minutes. So for 100 turns, that stays up. As long as you don't get hit and have to make a concentration saving throw. Sorry, that's not the right one. 1 minute. So for 9 turns, it's still going to be active as long as you don't cast another spell.
But I don't get the advantage again. But I can still move out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna with nets as well. If I put a net on it, it basically loses its turn unless it meets the roll check, right?
Let me. So yes, I believe so. So yeah, I must use an action to make a strength check.
So it always is going to lose at least 1 turn if I net it, or is that just a strength check to see if the net works?
So I can use my action. Yeah, exactly. No, that's 100% correct.
So I'm going to move. Jump over here, and I'm going to throw a net on it.
Cool.
Do I need to roll anything, or do I just
Yeah.
let you
That's
know?
it would be the same as a roll a d20 and then add your strength modifier. I think. So -2. Oh, then plus your proficiency though, which is what? +3? Is it +2?
2, yeah, 2 in proficiency bonus. So it's just 9 then. Just cancel each other out.
Yeah,
-2 +2.
unfortunately that goes wide, as you just kind of like throw the net on the floor.
Amazing.
Is that the end of your turn?
I can't attack if I use the net. I can't attack. Can
Yeah, unfortunately, when you use a net, that is literally like the whole thing.
I? Yeah. So yeah, that's all I did.
Cool.
Whiffed a net.
Whiffed a net. Funk.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna once again move up towards the angry owlbear, and I'm gonna shout out, "Company! I think we're dealing with an angry mother. Does anybody have any way to communicate with it?" As I'm going to use my action to lay on hands myself.
So what does that look like?
So I kind of hold my hand up to my chest, and you can see it kind of like briefly glow as my the gash kind of like starts to seal shut.
What color does it glow?
Kind of like a soft like yellow. As I'm going to expend 9 of my pool of 10. And that's my turn.
Cool. Just real quick, that is where you're standing, right?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, it is now back to Wolfsbane.
Okay, I'm just gonna make sure Princess is okay. I'm gonna push her behind me so she's not looking at this beast while we're battling. Just try not to traumatise the girl.
Stay down, you ugly creature.
Good.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to cast Chill Touch.
Okay. Whew, that's what we like to
Damn.
see. So that's going to do double the amount of damage now.
Okay.
Nice. Nice. So you guys see this large... well, actually describe it to us, Holly.
It's, like a translucent hand that's like glowing, and it will latch onto the back of the
scruff.
The scruff of the bird, and like latch onto its feathers.
Drag it out the big spectral door
Yeah.
that's been summoned. Cool. Are you staying there?
Yes, I'll stay here.
Cool. It's now Asta again, John.
Sorry to be a pain as well. With the bird, so I can move it to someone and it will give them advantage on the next turn, but it has to stay next to them, is that right?
Yeah, so when you're helping, it's effectively being a distraction.
Cool. In that case, then I'll move it towards me, so next to me.
Well, like, I think... Let's look at help. I think it needs to be...
Because when I looked, it said you can lend your aid to another creature in the completion of a task. When you take the help action, the creature you aid gains advantage on the next ability check it makes to perform the task you are helping with, provided that it makes the check before the start of your next turn.
Okay. Let me... sorry, let me...
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't really get it too much.
No, it's okay. I think what you're saying is right. I like out of the entire time I've been playing D&D, it's just like no one ever uses the help action, but this is like a case of where it would make a lot of sense. Yeah. So next ability check. So I guess in this case, that's really weird. For now, yeah, like because it's weird because I would say with the help action, if it was helping you, it would have to distract the owlbear, right? So it'd have to be obviously next to the owlbear, but it also says it has to be within 5 feet of you for it to work. So for now, yeah, we'll say it flies up to you, and somehow it's like distracting the owlbear from over here, doing like some sort of bird of paradise dance, and your next attack will get advantage. But it's the owlbear's turn, and he's gonna swipe at you, Dill, and he's gonna peck at you, Ash. What's your AC, Ash? It's 10, isn't it?
What's AC?
Yeah. So unfortunately, it's gonna
19.
hit. No, but you're not wearing your chainmail, so it would just be 10 because that's your base AC without any armor on. So yeah, the beak. Sorry, the beak. Who did I say was going for what? Who's it pecking?
You said, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so the claw goes wide, Dylan. You managed to dodge that deftly. However, the beak does pierce you horns. And it deals 10 damage as it once more gouges your flesh violently. And it's that, like, rips a large chunk of meat out of your shoulder as it rears back. Kind of now standing on its hind legs, surveying the area from its like a good 12 foot from above ground level. It's actually now your turn. You just see Funk just.
Yes, one wide.
I have God and anime on my side.
If I use defense, no, second wind.
Yep. You get health back.
I get health back. So
Yeah.
can I roll that then?
Yeah, so if you want to roll a hit dice for us, and that'll be the health you regain.
Which is the hit dice.
It's just below where your HP is. So you see you got 3 current hit points in the middle of your sheet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Below there, you should have a hit dice button. Lovely. So you've hit 9, so now you have 12 HP back.
Okay. Cool. And then I want to
Sorry, 12
bring up
total.
the longsword
Mm-hmm.
and attack with the longsword.
Cool, go for it. I would also just bear in mind real quick that obviously if you were to go onto the other side, you would actually have advantage on this attack, or you hit regardless. If you'd like to roll damage. Oh, remember, are you using it two-handed? I think you are currently, so remember you can actually roll with a d10 instead of a d8. Nice, and that's 6 total damage, because I think that's your modifier, if I'm not wrong. This owlbear's looking a little fucked now. Like, it's got, like, several arrows in its side, slash marks that have been gouged on its hind legs. It's not looking great, but it still has this, like, ferocity that it seems a little bit undue. That might lend to the Commander's theory. As it's now back to your turn, Uncle.
Uncle's going to shout to Tonkin saying, sorry, can't speak owlbear, and he's going to rush up and slash with his silver caution. So it's just going to do a slash.
Yeah, fucking hell. That does hit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like this thing is like on its last legs now. You see Uncle run up with his large sword and kind of, even like almost nonchalantly, like this is like, you know, something he does every day, like carve at it. But this huge swath of meat just seems to come down, exposing his ribcage on one side. Feathers are just like in the air, coming down like petals at this point. Is that where you're ending your turn, Uncle?
Yep, just there, yeah.
Sparkles, it's you.
Yeah, so I'll kind of keep focus on it and cast Firebolt.
Yep. That hits. Roll set.
Sound.
How do you want to do this?
Hey.
So I'll kind of cast it at the end of my staff, and as I like thrust it forward, it literally just kind of hits him and engulfs him.
Yeah, there's just a large rotisserie chicken that falls down to the floor afterwards. Cool, nice one, guys.
Rest is served.
Yeah, man. Fucking.
Add one to rations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, ask Nettle what does owlbear taste like. Does he know?
I've not tried it before, but we can find out. Can anyone actually speak owlbear? Is that actually a thing?
Not really.
There's spells that you could
Yeah.
use to potentially
Okay.
communicate with it, but
Yeah.
do you have any homebrew? Like, are you doing any of the like I forgot what it's called, like Hammonds? Is it?
No. As I said to these guys, like, we're stripping it back to like just base D&D until the rules have kind of been covered at this point.
Does anyone mind if I drink one of the potions to heal myself?
Well, you've got nearly full HP, Ash.
Really?
Yeah, you're missing 1 hit point because you second winded.
Okay.
So that'd be like a very expensive 1 hit point game back.
Yeah.
I think we're all pretty good because we're resting as well. So.
Yeah, I'm very surprised actually how little damage everyone has due to like the consistent healing. Like I think everyone healed themselves that got hit, which is good because they were like 1 tap from the owlbear.
What class are you, Dylan? Oh, you're paladin, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So we've essentially got 2 healers then. And people can heal as well.
Well, Dylan's the only one I've seen healing so far.
Yeah, 1 healer and 1 pretend healer.
Yeah. So we've got 2 healers then. You just see like white fire enveloping your enemies. Like,
All good. So, sorry,
I'm
Commander, I've just seen him coming. I say to Tunk. So.
Okay. Oh, cool. We dealt with it.
Anything else to worry about? Should we?
Yeah. Can we, like, the chest that we're transporting? Is it like making any noise, or did it start rattling around more during combat?
yes, definitely. It wouldn't be something that you would really have been focused on during combat, but you look now and you can see it is going like mental. The chest is heavily shaking.
Yep. Well, I think we know what we're transporting.
Yeah. Poor Mama Bear.
Can I check in with Asta and like send her out to do a scouting to make sure there's nothing else nearby?
Yep.
Or is it a baby owlbear in there? Is that what we're going with?
I think so.
Yeah, after like having this conversation, you actually look back over to the chest and you see it become like unnaturally quiet for an extended period of time.
Can I go forward and just check all the chains on it and make sure it's still properly locked in?
Only a baby, will be fine.
Yeah, if you want to make an investigation check for us, Wolfsbane, as you go over to the chest and shake the chains. Yeah, and that's exactly what you do. You go over to shake the chains. You're like, yep, secured.
Yep, this seems fine.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't like any skill I have that doesn't involve setting it on fire is not my best suit. So.
Can I skin the owlbear and get some like meat and stuff?
You'd have to pluck it first. It is covered in feathers.
okay.
But yeah, sorry, was you saying something, Ash?
I'll do a perimeter check because I've got good eyesight.
Yeah, I mean
The
the people on watch wasn't really paying attention too much, so that's probably for the best.
Yeah.
So if you want to make a
Is it-
perception roll for us. Yeah, so you spend the next like 10-15 minutes just sweeping the perimeter, kind of like mumbling under your breath about the fucking assholes who couldn't stop ringing the alarm as an owlbear charged into the middle of the camp, and how they're going to pay for this with blood. Well, probably not that gruesome, but yeah, you look over the area. It seems to be a quiet night. Most creatures tend to try and stay away from the domains of owlbears, so makes sense that
We're safe.
yeah.
When I learned that, can I go over to the river and set up some fishing lure?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
net?
100%. I mean, it is still like the middle of the night, so if you wanted to do some fishing in the morning, that'd probably be a better time. But you can do it now. You just wouldn't get the benefits of a long rest.
How far into the watch
I'm on. Yeah, I'm on the next shift, so like I could do it while I'm.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Bear with me 1 second. I will get back to that. But Zach, you wanted to try and, get what you could off this owlbear. So
Yeah.
could you make a medicine check for me, or a survival check, whatever's better for you? Yeah, and you're like, this is literally your trade. You are kind to animals, and then when they die, you skin them. And that you go around doing, you get this nice, almost weirdly naked skin, because you've had to pluck the feathers out of it, because obviously they're not going to stay. But you also have a
Feathers
nice...
valuable.
Not particularly. I mean, I'm sure people would pay for them, but like there's not a huge market for owlbear feathers. They would be good for arrows though, for fletching. If you wanted to add 40 feathers and a owlbear pelt, which probably is a little bit more valuable.
I speak to Tunk and say, since we know what we're dealing with, the Duke is going to come back this way if we're not found. Could we try to fool him to say that we got attacked by this owlbear? Maybe, I'm not sure how we would transport it, but if we could leave the chest here opened, possibly.
Good idea. Do we have anything to keep the baby owlbear in if we take it out of the chest?
I've got 2 nets. Can I pick up my old net because I missed it?
I mean, you literally threw it like 5 foot onto the ground.
It just kind of flopped in front of me.
Guys, I've got this.
Yeah, that sounds like a solid plan, Uncle.
It'll take the pressure off us, so we don't have to worry about a Duke coming after us again.
So
Is anyone strong enough to make the padlock and chains look like they got smashed by a owlbear?
Yeah. Horn, smash it. But will the net do though? We do have another chest. We could move some stuff out of that and put it back in our own chest, or
Okay.
everyone else take what we have on you. So I'll give out the gold, divvy it up. Owlbear will go in our chest for the moment. We create a damaged chest on the ground here near the owlbear.
Cool. And how are you planning on getting the owlbear out of the chest again?
Nettle.
Yeah.
Shall I make an animal handling check?
Sparkles, could you make a hole down in the ground, please? And we can like dump him in the ground first, like a little pit, and then we can try and net him in.
Yeah. So I'll cast Mold Earth to.
Make a
create
big pit on the
ditch.
floor.
Not too big. We don't want it to fall to its death.
Yeah, it's just a cavernous hole.
They didn't say it had to be alive, did they?
Oh. Cool. And so why is it always lime green? We say this is the hole, very square.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you put the chest in the hole. I'd say it's what, 10, 15 foot down?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, we got rope to lower it down.
Cool. What's the next step?
And open the chest. Well, I was thinking of just like opening the chest and like keeping it closed and like just turning it upside down to the pit, like let them in. So maybe Horns and myself might try to do that. So keep it closed.
Cool, but
until we have it
what
upside down.
I'm getting at is this chest is like locked with 2 locks. How are you opening those?
Yeah, we need to smash them as well. So they look, get a big rock and someone strong smash them, so it looks like we couldn't control the Albies. Do we need to destroy our wagon as well?
I have a crowbar. No, we'll keep our wagon.
No, let's just kill ourselves.
Yeah.
Make it look really authentic.
I use a crowbar. I have a crowbar. And I just try to go into the lock and pry the lock open, wedge open.
Okay,
I'd
make
like a system.
make a strength check with advantage. Or an athletics, sorry.
Athletics.
Yep, so you do manage to creak open the actual chest itself. A good amount. You feel like you've broken the lock on the inner mechanism, but it's still chained up by these large chains on the outside.
Could you use like a mace attack to smash one of their locks?
You can try it, yeah. If you want to roll to hit.
ass.
Yeah. So yeah, as you like smash on this lock, it does seem very durable, but you seem to hit it at the exact right angle you would need to actually unlock the chest.
Locksbane.
Locksbane. And yeah, you guys.
Nickname after every encounter.
And as you guys tipping it, you tipping it in? Did you say?
Yeah, but we're trying to keep it like closed until we like tip it in and just try to throw it into the pit, just so we can have a look at it and maybe try to net it up.
And that you do, and you see this very fledgling owlbear now like roll out into the hole. It seems a little bit down. To give you, it looks fucking adorable though. Like even though a regular owlbear is like quite a menacing thing to look at, the cubs are very, very huggable. This is what an owlbear cub looks like. If I've just put it on the Discord.
Oh,
Oh, look at it!
Can I throw in a ration?
Fluffy.
Just like at it.
Yeah, drop in the ration because like it's probably hungry. It's been in a chest for a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll throw in.
How aggressive is it as a cub?
It's definitely not
dangerous as well.
It's not as aggressive as the adult for sure. But you feel like, it's not something that you literally go up to and hug.
Wouldn't keep it as a pet.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not the regular person, but I mean, you guys are literally, a bit fucked in the head, so maybe.
I'm going to move to the edge of the hole and try my luck with net again.
Okay, roll to hit with advantage as it's stuck in a hole.
How do I do that with a net? Do I just?
I believe net is just a strength roll. It's just a straight strength for you, and then we just +2 to it. Oh no, we don't because of cancels out.
Nettles, do you want to do it or do you want one of us?
I'll try once to redeem myself.
Okay.
Yeah, you just throw it to the other side of the hole.
Can I pick it up from the other side of the hole?
Yeah,
Or,
yeah.
like, there's one on the ground.
I'm just going to walk away at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Save it
Back
for
over.
combat, Zach.
Yeah.
So just a straight, or should I do athletics or?
Yeah, just a straight. Well, you could do it the same as you would a. Do you have any? No, just do a strength. Just do a strength and then +2. Yeah, so you easily throw this net, encompasses this tiny little owl cub, and it starts like squawking at you. Not very happy at all.
Yeah, so try to grab the net and pull it out then.
Well, actually, I was going to say, before you even get a chance to do that, it's torn through the net. Like, nets aren't hugely safe contraptions. Like, yeah.
Ideal. So I guess nets don't work.
Like, they do work, but it's only until, like, they can succeed on the roll to get out, which is relatively low.
Okay, we have one more net. Can we try one more?
We've got two more. But
I have a net.
Could I cast command on it?
Does it have to understand your language with command? If you'd like to put that in the chat for us.
Sorry, I just have to run to the bathroom myself if you want to.
And then just press submit.
Yeah, so it doesn't understand common, so it's not going to work, unfortunately. You'd know that before you cast it, of course.
Okay.
Can I make an animal handling roll to see if I can bait it up or maneuver it into the chest or something?
Yeah, so you quickly go over to a water basin. You get all the owlbear blood and guts from you skinning its mother off before you go over to the cub to try and make friends.
Yeah.
If you'd like to make an animal handling check, please. I'd say with disadvantage, as you've already tried to throw nets at it a couple times, and you've tipped it 15 foot down a hole. Yeah, no, like you reach in, and it tries to swipe at you, which obviously you just pull back.
I hope the Duke's men don't show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, during this time, I'd like to have donned my chainmail.
Okay.
And I'm going to prepare to go into the pit to attempt to subdue it. And I'm going to ask Nettle, can you attempt to bind it with some rope?
Yeah.
like just to save you guys the heartache, like you guys are gonna probably need a cage or a chest or something to put it in. Like you're not just gonna be able to tie it up.
Yeah, but we just need to get it out of the hole so we can put it into the chest where we store our gold. Which I take it we've moved out.
Like it's probably not worth tying it up in rope because it's just gonna get out of that. But if you like literally like strong arm it into a chest, that's probably your best option.
Yeah, in that case, yeah.
Chest to him and chuck him in.
Cool. So yeah, you guys chuck the chest full of gold.
Horns come down to the pit with me, and we're going to attempt to just manhandle it into the chest.
This is not how I thought this was gonna go. Cool. If you guys wouldn't want to make a athletics with advantage.
Yeah. Horns, you can roll that with advantage.
You just managed to subdue this bear, and in the very brief moments you have it like completely tied up to the side of you guys. You managed to shove it into the chest that is full of gold.
I said we would take out the gold and divvy it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just before that. So
cool. Yeah, and you lock the chest. Something to bear in mind though, this chest isn't like the other one was designed to hold an owlbear. This one doesn't have any holes in it for breathing or shit like that on it at all.
Do we want to quickly modify some in? Can we do that?
Yeah.
So why couldn't we put it in the old chest? Like if the old chest we just broke the lock.
We're destroying it and leaving it to look like the owlbear smashed the chest before we killed it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Could Sparkles use Firebolt to sort of melt down the lock to kind of like seal any of the metal around the edges? Or will that literally cook the...
I mean, it's in the chest. It's like secured in the chest. The problem is it can't breathe. So I think like covering the only crack that would stop it with the little bit of air it is getting is probably gonna kill it even faster if that's.
I also assume the people we're delivering it to want to get the owlbear out at some
Classic
point.
Wolfsbane.
can we?
If I burn it, will that help?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I suppose we should have thought before we put the owlbear in, but we can't retroactively say that we would have prepared it before. No.
Exactly. Like it's the kind of thing you're only really contemplating.
What kind of skill will we need to be able to modify it?
Stab.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you need some sort of carver's tools to like do it with proficiency. As that's
we just want to smash a little hole in there.
Yeah, you guys are literally gonna like. This is gonna be the most butchered chest ever. What was that? Sorry, Ash.
Can anyone do a sleep spell on the owl?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Alright, okay, this could be dangerous, but I'm going to try and stab a hole
Okay.
in the chest.
What are you using to do that? Your foul.
Is anybody proficient with tools? Anybody got a toolkit that could aid us in this?
I have a Dungeoner's pack. I have a blade.
I have a hand axe.
I've got a small knife.
You guys are the worst.
I got a short sword.
Is anyone proficient with any sort of artisan's
Would
kit?
it not be
I have a
the
knife.
easiest way to
I have an
pop a few
axe.
arrow holes in there so there's lower risk of stabbing it if I just shoot a few arrows and then pull them out? Just a few small holes.
Horribly. Let's not stab the chest.
Can we maybe take the obvious out again before we do this?
It's like Schrodinger's owlbear. Like if we never open the chest, is it really dead?
Yeah.
Can we get the Albies back out?
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
We'll go for the break, the 20-minute break, because we're gone a little bit past that point now. And everyone can have a little think on what to do next whilst we're on the break. And once we come back, we'll see what the next brilliant idea is.
Overnight, and then if Horns does do fishing, maybe use the fish. Might be a bit more luring.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he might be able to escape eventually, though. He might try.
Can anybody else fly?
No,
I mean, I could cage him back in with mould earth and leave some breathing holes.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's just like a temporary thing.
Yeah, temporary thing. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that for the night, so, and then get our
I'll go
sleep in
set
the
up a
morning.
fish.
Yeah, set up a fish.
I'm a set up a fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we try again in the morning. We get some sleep, maybe.
Cool. Just to clarify, does Horns have the Stone of Good Luck still?
I give that to.
No,
Nettle,
I've
so-
got that, haven't I? Yeah.
Okay.
I don't need good luck. I've got fucking fishing tail and harvest the water.
She remember to use that Nettles actually, because that's a +1 to everything basically. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I need it, but based on my rolls last few sessions.
It doesn't help if you roll a 6, so for anything, but you need to roll a bit higher.
Cool. Whilst you're on the water, do you want to make a survival with advantage, Ash, as you again start laying your pots, casting a net? And who's taking the watch with her?
Me.
Cool. Okay. Do you guys want to give me a perception check each as well, please, as everyone else kind of gets back into bed? Nice. So yeah, you.
Aster flying about as well while we're keeping watch.
Cool.
Is it perception?
Yeah.
Bollocks.
Obviously
Nice.
yours. Yeah. If you'd like to make a perception as well, Ash.
Can Aster do a roll as well, or?
Yes. Why not?
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Redeeming herself with
No more,
Yeah.
no more Albie's coming up, sneaking up on us then.
you guys look over to the sleeping spot. The fishing spot Horns went over to, and there's a fully built lighthouse with the eyes of Horns just peering over the countryside. Yeah, she's so aggravated that she was awakened from her sleep early that she's just full on went into straight up sentinel mode. Nothing's getting past her tonight, and for the rest of the night is indeed quite calm. And because you had such a high perception roll as well, you're easily able to spot fish that you were going for in the river. You find yourself catching quite a horde, 8 salmon in this river for the time being. You do notice though they're a little bit fucked.
Is the river so dirty?
Exactly, you're downstream from Bovinloft, not too far away, and they dump all their refuse into the water, so these aren't especially tasty morsels.
Oh, salmon.
But yeah, you guys wake up the next morning, and what's everyone... we went through this before with, I think everyone else, but I don't think we've actually went through Funk and Wolfsbane's morning routine, so if you'd like to fill us in on what, like... We just take this for... We just assume you're going to do this from this point on, but because this is the first time that we've actually heard this from you, do you want to describe to us in detail what you do? What is your morning routine?
Sorry, it's going to be out of character, but what sort of thing would someone normally do in the morning? Apart from like just waking up and eating
So,
breakfast.
yeah, preparing
I do
spells if
the-
you're... Sorry, carry on now.
I do stretches and sharpen my tools and, you know, just
Yeah.
kind of make sure all my equipment's like in check.
Okay.
Yeah, like if you're a cleric as well, you might like pray in the morning, depending on like that kind of thing, you know, just stuff you think your character would do as part of their morning routine, their morning ritual, as it were.
Oh yeah, because in the description for my goddess, it was at dawn that's my prayer time. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah.
Yeah,
for
that's
my,
correct.
Yeah. So for my morning, I'm gonna eat some rations and I'm gonna pray in the morning.
Cool.
Commander Thunk, pretty much as soon as he wakes up, he lights some incense and he does some meditation. And straight after, he generally, like, you're aware that he needs some alone time. Straight after his meditation, he'll go like for a short walk in the woods, and also right before bed, he
Go out for some
he'll
cigarettes.
disappear for a little bit. Yeah.
Cool. So he just kind of clears his mind, like you know, resets himself for the day.
Yeah.
Obviously, you both being the kind of people that you are, you spend these moments in deep concentration, but that is a little bit mired by the squawking growl that comes from beneath the ground, just next to your encampment.
You would notice that Thunk carries with him like discipline. like the sort of tool used to like self-flagellate.
Intense kind of guy.
Definitely need a bit of privacy for that. Yeah, take that.
Cool. So as everyone gets on the cart for today, well, I say that everyone stands by the cart. I assume Uncle's the only one who actually is piloting again.
What are we doing with the owl beast?
I was thinking.
You just leave it. Bye bye.
If I dug us down into the earth next to it, could we not put the chest directly underneath it, release the earth, and drop it into the chest?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, but we need to make holes in the chest so it can breathe now.
Oh yes, if you do that before, just in terms of having to recapture.
Or just pop some arrows into
You guys
the
have an
chest.
elaborate like Minecraft mob spawner funneler
Yeah.
for this owlbear.
So who wants to make the holes? Since someone's in it, Nettle, do you want to drive a few arrows through it? Just a couple.
Yeah. Or shall I just make an attack roll, Jack?
I will say try a dex roll with your intelligence. So an acrobatics with your intelligence, sleight of hand with your intelligence modifier. I think this would come under.
A sleight of hand with a +1.
So yeah, are you proficient with your sleight of hand?
Nope.
Then just roll an intelligence for me. Yeah, I mean, you're not, this ain't rocket science, you're poking holes in an object. Easily enough done. Like, it takes you a while, you're just there. You come to the, quickly understand that. Even though shooting arrows it is going to puncture it, like, you're just carving with a dagger real quick. You are fucking up the treasury chest, of course. Like, this isn't going to be great for storing your wealth in it thereafter, but it definitely is suited to what you're intending to
I
use
hope
it
this
for.
isn't a chest that's been with the company for like 1,000 years.
Well, it's been...
Used as the treasure chest.
The look of horror on Poet's face might indicate otherwise, but it is what it is. You guys are going to have enough money to buy a bigger chest next time, so once this job's complete. And yeah, you see Sparkle set up this very elaborate earth trap to get the that allows the owlbear to fall into the chest, and then he uses mold earth to like close the lid again, which locks automatically. Which then you guys heft onto the cart and are ready to walk out for the day. Today it's again a little bit muggy. The weather's quite picked up a little bit, but it's still got that precipitation in the air that indicates it might heavily rain.
Leave. Do we want to make sure that the camp looks like, the owlbear smashed the chest? It's not just poured on its side.
So we'll go kick around a few bits.
Yeah,
Yeah,
make it look
slap
like there
it
was a
some
bit more of a
rolls.
scuffle by the chest. And
That's the thing as well. What are you doing with the the large owlbear corpse? Like obviously you took the
I
skin
mean, it's
off
been
it.
plucked. And
Yeah, but there's like the
I mean,
giant.
I guess we're not trying to hide that we beat the owlbear, but we want it to look like the chest was destroyed and the owlbear cub got away. Ran off in the fight while we were dealing with the big owlbear. The cub fled.
Cool. So yeah, what are you doing to fuck up your own camp then?
Maybe just leaving a couple of bedrolls there. I'll leave mine and just give it a few
Yeah,
slashes.
torn up a bit.
Yeah.
Flick some of the owlbear blood around. Looks like it was a bit of a bloody battle. And then we just want to make sure the chains and the lock are all on the floor nearby the chest, and the chest is a bit damaged. Looks
I
like
know
it's
that-
taken a big hit.
Terrible idea in terms of keeping our owlbear happy, but if we plucked a few of its feathers and put them in like bushes half a mile away,
Well, I've got 40 feathers from the mother that we could do that with.
yeah, but they're like mother-sized feathers.
Yeah, like the as you can see in like the picture of the younger owlbear, it very much has like a down to it as well. Like it's not all feathers.
Yeah, so if we plucked a bit of fluff, just to sprinkle it.
Good idea. Yeah. Nettles, want to give that a go?
Yeah,
he's gonna rip the down off the owlbear cub this time.
I'll try.
You guys fucking. So I would say make it a disadvantage again, because you guys aren't treating this owlbear at all with any sort of respect, and
Well, I've
unfortunately,
got a piece of fish for him afterwards.
Okay,
Cool.
I would say for this particular one, because that wasn't mentioned until after the roll was made. Like, just bear in mind, guys. Don't try not to make rolls until I ask you to make rolls, so that people can chip in.
Yeah, sorry.
With that kind of shit. But yeah, unfortunately, the owlbear cub is having none of it. I mean, you guys have literally dropped it like 10 foot multiple times at this point. You dropped it into a hole twice, and then you dropped it from that hole into another hole into the chest. You've locked it in the chest twice. You've wrestled it into a chest one of those times.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah. I mean,
We're not the smoothest.
like, the fact that you guys are somehow the heroes in this story is actually boggling me, but I mean, we'll keep going with it.
Just animal abusers.
Exactly. Like, extreme animal abuse is not what I thought was going to be the foundation of the session, but it is what it is. And yeah, you guys have packed it once again. No, obviously you didn't get any down, but yeah. Anything else before you guys set camp up and go?
Can I feed the animals some fish and give Sparkles his fish that he wants?
I'd quickly like to check the fish just to make sure it's safe to eat.
Okay. How are you doing so?
I'd just like to have a look in its gills to see if there's like any signs of like infection, scales, just like a body check sort of thing.
Okay, if you want to make a nature or a medicine. Yeah, you look at it, it's definitely a bit smaller than salmon that you've come across in the past, not as vibrant. It's got quite a dull sheen to it. Greys and browns over, like, you know, the typical silvery blue and pinks of salmon. And it also smells incredibly bad. But other than that, you think it's fine. So what do you say?
Whilst it may not look the most appetizing, I think it's okay to eat. Feed it.
Sparkles, I know this isn't the salmon.
We don't kill it.
Was it Treacle who wanted the salmon or Sparkles?
Yeah, Treacle wanted salmon.
Oh, Treacle. Sorry. Hey, Treacle, I know this isn't the salmon you were promised, but this is one for the meantime.
He kind of looks at it, he's like...
The few of them though.
8 days.
Take it or leave it.
And he, like, resentfully, like, takes it. And yeah, obviously, you easily throw one to the owlbear when you was trying to grab at its down. You can, before you close the chest again, you can hear it sniff it, but you don't actually see if it eats it or not.
Okay.
Cool. And then we head back on the road. Not too far from where you believe the barge will be for, you know, the rendezvous with the Colbolt Trout operative who was to meet you down there. And as you're making your way down there, you once again find yourself down a road where there is a log crossing the road.
I say to Nettles, can he scout ahead? As I see it as we drive up.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll hop off the back, or I'm walking alongside, aren't I? So I'll just jog off the side of the road and
You, like,
head
run
a
up
bit,
and then jump
try and
off.
stay out the way. Yeah, jump on the
Parkour.
wagon, then back the parkour. Yeah.
But make a stealth check for me.
One sec.
Didn't roll any hit dice for sleeping. Should we have?
No, you just go straight back to full health, and then you get half rounded down of your hit dice back on a short rest as well. A long rest, sorry.
For those that didn't partake in the watch, is it a long rest or?
It's a long rest for everyone.
Okay.
Because it's like the watches are staggered to the point that everyone gets an 8-hour sleep.
Cool.
Yeah, easily enough. You once again like find yourself fully enveloped in the foliage, making your way north. It starts raining just as you start heading towards this this log, which again helps cover the sound you're making from this crawl. Do you want to make a perception check for me?
Oh, that was an advantage anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately. You don't really see anything. Like, it just seems to be potentially a log that's fallen over.
I guess I just head back now and let everyone know that I couldn't see anything.
Cool.
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but we should be on our guard.
Yeah, we'd move forward anyway. Yeah.
And as you guys are making your way back north once more, sorry, back east once more, you find yourself getting up to this tree trunk, and once more a nilbog comes out, sparkles flowing around him. Says, my, fancy this.
You move pretty quickly, don't you? I didn't expect to see you down here.
Well, we've become something of a rival, I will say.
Why not friends?
Ah, well, maybe if you found my jokes funny, I could consider you a friend.
I can try this again, sure.
Quite right. So, same rules as last time. If you solve my riddle, I'll let you pass. If not, here you shall stay. A toll you will pay. And then he kind of giggles to himself. He does a twirl, a sweeping bow, and he says, "A girl has as many brothers as sisters, but each brother only half as many brothers as sisters. How many brothers and sisters are there in the family?" And I'll post this in the chat for you.
Can I use the braces to talk to Thunk?
Yeah, of course.
Without the goblin hearing. I just mentioned that we dealt with them before, and they were planning to cast some kind of curse on us to make us laugh, to obviously rob us. So do we really want to bother with their riddles again? Because then they ask you if you had a good time, and if we fail the Constitution check, then we'll be messed up. So should we just go straight in and
ourselves? And that's exactly what I'm against.
Can we just kill him now? Get it
Did
over
anybody
with.
fail the con check the last time?
It was only Uncle and Wolfsbane last time. Me and Sparkles were in the bushes stealthed.
I'm just pondering the riddle while they're like speaking.
Yeah, you guys are like, shall we kill him?
Yeah.
And then Uncle's there, like, right up there, like,
Yeah.
Perhaps.
I mean, I vote go in and kill him, but you're in
put-
charge, Hank.
Riddle in the chat.
What do we know of him?
Not much. But other than he was trying to curse us, and he had 5 or 6 goblins. We caught him last time. 5 or 6 goblins hiding in the bush, ready to attack. They all seemed to listen to this guy for some reason. So when he left in a fuss, they left. But I'm guessing it won't be quite so smooth sailing this time around.
And he said that you do remember back to spotting these goblins in the bushes, and they were all kind of like
Yeah,
completely
very
fed up with this guy who seems to be the leader. Literally, you have no idea how he's managed to wrangle himself a little goblin horde. Now, I know this is tricky. You may not be able to solve it, but you must give it your best go. Otherwise-
as I'm pondering and I'm thinking, I use my telepathic speech to kind of ask everyone. So I ask, Horns, any idea?
Yeah, I think it's 1. So the girl has 1 brother. No, has 1 brother and 1 sister. And then the brother has half as many brothers as sisters, so they have no brothers. So they have 2 sisters, half of 2 is 1. So then
Oh yeah, so
he's
then
got
everybody
1 brother.
How many brothers and sisters? Right. So 1 brother and 2 sisters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
like,
girl has as many brothers as sisters. So I have 2 brothers, but my brother has 2 sisters and 1 brother.
so I say that. So I say 1 brother and 2 sisters.
Nay, you'd be wrong. The fare has just went up. You can pay now every time you fail a riddle. The price increases. Currently, it stands at 300 gold pieces to pass this toll.
Is Nettle still stealthed? He's still stealthed? Or you-
No, he's come back
I
and he
walked in
up
with you
the gate.
guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sisters are
Yep.
family. It's 4. The answer is 4.
I'm going to telepathically communicate with you, Nettle, and I'm going to say if you're able to slink away while they're solving the riddles and sneak up behind him, let's dispatch him.
What disappears as soon as you say its name?
Me. Do I roll a stealth check to try and sneak away? Is that how that works, or?
I mean, at this point, you are out in the open, like right in front of him. Like, it would be very noticeable if you were to try and sneak around.
I just slowly start backing up.
Yep, I mean,
Say silence.
Can I walk up and try charm in person?
yeah, but I will tell you guys now, like, this sort of interaction isn't like, it's not like secret. Like, you guys are very evidently trying to fuck with him in some way. Like, he is going to notice that.
And also, John, remember that we don't know where they are now, but there were a bunch of goblins in the bushes last time, so they're probably still ready to attack if we try any funky business
Yeah.
like that. So
I say silence anyway, which is
Yeah.
the answer to the riddle.
Yeah, and coffee, you got it right.
Well, that means the toll has went back down to 200 gold pieces.
Can
Do you wish to keep playing, or do you wish to just pay the toll?
I'll keep playing, having a great time.
For some reason, I actually believe that.
He takes out his pipe and starts like lighting it up, and he's just like leaning in, waiting for the.
We carry on going and leaving Uncle here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just playing riddles with him.
What common word has 3 consecutive double letters? And he says that in the phrase of common being the language.
Oh.
Now, don't think too hard. And he kind of laughs to himself. I imagine his laugh like how Yoda laughs in Star Wars. I'm not going to be able to make that sound, so please don't make me.
Is this the riddle? Really?
They have definitely become a bit trickier than last time. And he kind of smiles to himself gleefully.
We don't, like, we know common language as our characters, but we don't know common words.
I'm going to speak up to him, and I'm going to say, and how do you intend on enforcing this toll?
What do you mean?
As in, you expect us to pay up?
Yes,
But
of
what
course.
stops us from walking straight past you?
I mean, you're playing the game, aren't you?
I have played no such game.
I mean, you're here playing the game now. We're on the 3rd riddle.
I look at
Ah, are you the one they call Thunk? That explains it mightily.
Going there.
It's got, like, Thunk just has this, like, Neanderthal forehead.
yeah,
It's like a brick.
I tell that he's speaking to Tunk and say, what do you want to do?
I'm going to, I can answer back telepathically.
Yeah, you can.
To this kind of.
Yeah.
He may have information that may prove useful. How did it work with the riddles last time? If you're to get them right,
We got them right. We got 3 right. He let us go.
he
see.
tried to put a curse on them, but they both rolled like perfect.
That was at the
They
end.
hit 20s, so he kind of just left after trying twice to curse them. So
You somehow see Nettle interject into this telepathic communication.
yeah, sorry. That's because I can talk to Thunk with
Yeah.
the braces, so I don't know if I can hear in on them.
Yeah, but
he's not exactly the most imposing fellow.
Come now, I need an answer.
We all just sit here in silence staring at him.
Yeah,
give us a minute. This is a tricky one.
it is indeed,
Come
but
on,
I have given
Needlerough.
you some time. You cannot be here all day, I have places to be.
If we roll, like, insight check, can, like,
No.
the Dungeon Master just tell us?
Any riddles in D&D you have to solve.
Can I roll an insight just to kind of get his like vibe? Like obviously he's like a trickster, joker sort of guy, but
Yep.
like
So yeah, exactly what you said. Like, he is definitely... goblins are known as, like, vicious and mischievous, and this guy seems to be 100% mischievous instead of the other way around. You've never met a goblin like this before at all in your life. Yeah, it's quite strange. Once more, I'll put the full photo of him in the chat. Oh, that was the wrong chat. And he's starting to do like a like that Russian squat dance, kicking his legs out. And he's like, "Come now, I need the answers. You have 10 seconds. Otherwise, you automatically fail this riddle."
Yeah.
I'm going to move out a little bit just to get a cleaner shot on him if it all kicks off.
Okay.
I can I asked Tunk permission to shoot,
Permission granted.
and I'm thinking, and I go, oh, I got it, and then I pull out my light crossbow and go to shoot him.
Cool. Can everyone roll initiative, please?
Take your tokens first.
Now, unfortunately, you did go into combat without finding out about the other goblins that were stationed nearby, so they will get their surprise round, as you have chosen violence. Oh fuck, I didn't clear it from last time. Could everyone put their things back on there and just adjust it to what they originally rolled? Sorry, that's my bad.
You'd probably try to do a perception check or something to see if I could spot the goblins. Maybe would have been a smart use of time, but oh well.
Regretting being next to one of them.
Oh my god, there's so many.
Yeah.
They've come out in force today, guys.
That's that one. That guy looks
Mean.
He's their little commander.
Do you feel big now, Zach, that you called him little?
I've got this, but it doesn't really do much for us in combat.
nice.
That would have been useful earlier. Before the fight.
Yeah, it was only tracking it, I guess, yeah.
You
Tracking
could
it.
have see if you can see them through the trees, or where they're usually hiding.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I can recall loads of information about them if you want, though.
So what does that do? Yeah, that actually would have been useful in finding out if there actually was the goblins this time. I mean, you could assume that there was, but you
Yeah,
could check.
I kind of figured they were there, but I couldn't confirm where they were.
So as combat starts, you see running out of the bushes this nasty-looking fella, and he says, "This is what you get for attacking the tricky twins," and he slashes at you, Nettle, with his scimitar.
Nice.
You can see he does actually bear a resemblance to the one on the stool. He does hit.
Oh, so that's his twin.
Yep. Rather twicky there. And he hits you for 8 damage with the scimitar as he comes out and slashes at your shin, somehow surprising you. The ones on the right, one is going to fire at you, Zach. The one is going to fire at you, Ash.
Okay,
They both hit.
God.
hit me.
You both take an additional 3 damage. Yep, that one hit you. You would be at full health though, Ash, so you should just set your HP to 10. Oh, and if it helps, you don't need to adjust your HP on your sheet. If you just want to click on your token, you can modify it straight from the HP box, which is the green one. The ones on this side, one is going to fire at you, Wolfsbane, one's going to fire at you, Sparkles, and 2 are going to fire at you, Malaki. Okay, so the first one, what's your AC, Wolfsbane?
18.
That hits. The second one doesn't hit. And what's your AC, Dill?
19.
19, they both hit. So
Jesus.
How much damage do we take?
So you take Wolfsbane 7 damage. Adil, you take 12 damage as these arrows fire out from the hedge, piercing you.
Set you down.
The Nilbolg, which is the one in the weird costume, isn't going to take a surprise round because obviously you knew he was a threat to begin with. So now we're going from the top, which is you, Zach.
Sorry, did you say one attacked me?
It did, but it missed.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to cast a Zeta Strike.
Mm-hmm.
And move back a little bit.
That's such good.
Yeah, that one's so fucking...
The guys in the bushes, is attacking them with disadvantage because they're in the bushes, or?
They would be because they're currently, well... No, I would say, now that you know that they're there, it would just be like a +2. Like, they're in the bush, but they're not hiding, if that makes sense. Because they've revealed their location.
Right, I'm going to attack the commander.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, this guy.
Yep. Zach, your fucking rolls are disgusting in combat. So
I get extra damage on this one as well, don't I?
Yeah, you get a d8 extra. Oh my god, you might Oko him.
Oh no.
You just 1d8. Wow, so yeah, like,
damage.
describe us what you're doing here.
Is he dead?
He's not dead, but he's like... like, he takes a few steps back as his arrow pierces him and almost, like, resonates through his entire body.
Yeah, just, straight through his chest and just say fucking goblins. Not a big fan.
Oh my god. Okay. Cool. It is now him. He's gonna go, that's gonna take more than that to kill me. And he's gonna run up. He sounds like one of those people with a voice box. And he's now actually gonna attack you twice with his scimitar, because I should have done that last time, and one of those is a crit, so he's actually gonna get a lot of damage out of this one.
Oh god, I'm gonna die now.
Yeah. So, total, that is 13 damage as he slashes at you twice with the scimitar. Yeah. So you see Nettle fall to the ground unconscious, and he's like, that's where you get, you prick. And he kind of like just starts jumping on his head whilst he's on the floor.
Nice.
It is now... Sorry, I don't know why...
Get him!
Yeah. Fucking hell. Stop! It's because the box for the cat is so big.
Yeah.
There we go. Cool. And it is now you, Funk.
Cool. Would it be possible to walk like in between there to get to Nettle?
No, not really. It'd be difficult terrain at best, but I'd say you'd also have to make an athletics check or something to get across there.
Okay. So the only way to get to Nettle right now without provoking an opportunity attack would be to make a roll. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, if that's the case, then bonus action, I'm going to Shield of Faith. Once again, you see like the shimmering energy barrier like appear around me. And I'm going to walk up to the tricksy goblin and slash at him with my silvered longsword.
Then do so. He's like, was that really your best shot? Like, you like go to slash and you look back and he's not there anymore, and you think you've killed him, then you realise he's actually standing on the edge of your blade in your hand. And he's like, is that your turn?
Okay, that's my turn. Yeah.
Cool. And now it's back to the goblins, and the two on the right side are again gonna shoot at you, Ash.
Okay. I'm gonna take out my crossbow and shoot.
1 second, it's not your turn, they're just shooting at you.
Oh.
Sorry, that's my bad. Are you, actually? Yeah, cool. So yeah, their first one misses, the second one does hit, and it hits you for 4 damage as the, again, once more, the arrow, the small, weirdly goblin-oid arrow hits you. They seem to not even really fletch the arrows, they're just made of sticks that they stick like sharp rocks on the end. On the left side, each of the goblins again are gonna fire at each of everyone on the left side. So we're going to go from top down. Oh my god, 2 crits here. 1 crit on Wolfsbane, 1 crit on Uncle. And what's your AC? Jordan? No, that hits Jordan. Your AC is 18, Dill?
No, 21.
21?
Yeah, because I just cast.
Oh, of course, yep, yep. Doesn't hit you. So, this is for you, Wolfsbane. You take 9 damage.
Oof.
Jordan,
Okay.
you take 3 damage. Uncle, you take 7 damage. And
As one hits me, can I use my rod?
yeah, put it in the chat again, just so I can see. Yeah, you can. So detail to us what we can see as you get hit by this arrow.
So as I get hit by this arrow, my like, staff has this like electric surge go through it as all of a sudden it kind of fires out the end of it, kind of up into the sky.
It's like lightning hitting the burning bush out of the Book of Moses, but instead a goblin dies at the end of it. So that would be this one that dies. Wait, actually roll damage. I'm assuming he's going to die, but...
So you have to roll DC.
Do D10. And then I roll a dex, actually. Yeah, so he doesn't... what's the DC? Oh, no, he does... Unfortunately, he manages to dodge the lightning that comes out the sky. Well, he takes half the damage, which is 2, so he is still alive. Unfortunately. It's quite annoying when you strike a goblin with lightning and he somehow survives, but that's just the world we live in. And now it's you, Wolfsbane.
Just... I'm not muted. With the bonus action, how... Is it in casting time? That's where it's written, if it's a bonus action that I can use.
Yeah, exactly. So if it's casting time is 1 bonus action, it means you don't have to use your action to cast a spell. But just be aware that when you do cast magic, you can only cast 1 spell a turn, even if 1 is a bonus and 1 is a full action.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe that stacks with cantrips though, so you can do a cantrip then a spell. Let me double check that.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can cast a cantrip as an action and then a spell as a bonus action. That's perfectly legal.
Okay. I'm going to use Healing Word on Nettle.
Mm-hmm. Will you post a spell in the chat for us? Or what? Why is it every time she casts a spell, Jordan, you get that little text?
I always click on show spell description.
No.
Yeah, I think it for some reason, I think because you can't see her page, I have to click it. Can you see that spell description?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'll say you'd have to move around the back of the cart first just to see him, because he's like on the opposite corner. But you could, like, if you move there, for example, you could cast it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll move over behind the cart and then cast.
Cool. So
Healing Word.
So you're back with 5 HP, Zach. If you want to add that to your health. And is that the end of your turn, or?
Can I cast a cantrip now as well?
Yep.
I'm going to use Sacred Flame on the...
This one?
Can I use it on the main boss?
This guy.
Yes.
Is it a dex saving throw one?
The target gains no benefit from cover for this saving throw.
Yeah, definitely then. If they don't get the benefit of cover, that huge rock's not going to make a difference.
Cool. So I cast Sacred Flame.
Ooh. Unfortunately... wait, actually, let's roll. Yeah, so he fails the DC. Unfortunately, he is still alive, but he has this, like, white burning flame on his shoulders. And he's like, "You're next, cunt!" as he looks at you. And now it's Uncle.
Uncle's going to use his light crossbow and just...
Sorry, Ray, to interrupt you, but I can barely hear you. Is there any chance you could move your mic closer?
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, that's a bit better, yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So yeah, I was just going to use the light crossbow on the main guy. Just
Yeah.
where I'm standing.
When you say main guy, are you talking about the war boss or the Nilbolg?
War boss. Please.
Cool. Unfortunately, that does not hit. That goes wide.
And then I'm going to use my action surge.
Yep.
And I'm going to move maybe here and then I'm going to heal with second wind.
Cool. To move there, though, just be aware that because the tap is up, you'd have to go like around, which means he would get an attack of opportunity.
Might go here then.
Perfect. Yep.
Oh, that's not much better, but yeah.
Cool. It is now Sparkles.
I'll cast magic missiles on this one nearest to me.
Okay.
So, roll.
And have all the missiles directed at him, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Cool. He is still. Wait, is it +3, isn't it? It's +1. Yeah, it's +1 per missile. So he's dead. How do you want to do this?
Oh, nice.
What do you see?
So
You killed a goblin. Woo!
Yeah. But obviously, I cast it in my hand, and as it separates and kind of forces into it, stabs in all around his kind of heart, and throws him back a bit.
No, Gabba! My brother! You hear one of the goblins shout from the bush. Is that the end of your turn, or are you moving?
I will move there.
Cool. It's now the Nilbolg's turn, and he's going to look at you, Funk. It's like, do you not see the funny side in this? Could you please make a wisdom saving throw, please?
Oh, nice.
And you can see, like, he gets very agitated, but you just have no reaction. Like, very used to keeping. Yeah, exactly. You spent your entire life like restraining your emotions, so like this is like just another thing for you. This is slightly out of your comfort zone. He's like, trapped, and he's going to. Actually, he's going to stay there, and it's now you, Horns.
Oh, I'm gonna run up to him and slice him with my long sword. So. Here.
Yep, so roll with advantage. As you come round with this massive double-sided sword.
Yeah, so advantage is on. Two-sided sword.
How do you want to do this? Like, you'll just kill him from your modifier. Like, Zach almost one-shotted him. I'm surprised Wolfsbane's fire didn't kill him. But yeah, so you run round and he's like, what are you gonna do to me?
And jump up in the air with a twist. Helicopter, slice him in the neck, and then slice him in the legs. So he kind of goes, ugh,
Yeah.
and drops to the ground.
As he's on the ground, he's like, this isn't the last you'll see of me.
He is decapitated.
Yeah. Nettle, it's you. Just be aware.
Using one of them takes your turn, right?
No, you can't use that unless you take a short rest.
Okay, so I can't heal at all.
The reason Ash and Uncle can do it is because they're fighters. That's a skill they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you won't be able to heal unless you've got healing spells or someone else heals you. I mean, there are 2 healers in the party.
Yeah. I'm going to move down a little bit. Attack. Attack this guy down here in the bush.
Yeah, as again, you want to set up your fucking mortar to annihilate this goblin. If you want to roll to hit. Yeah, that hits, surprisingly.
Never missed with the bow, I don't think, actually.
Yeah, how do you want to do this?
Yeah, straight in his forehead.
Man,
While he's loading his bow.
Yeah, we're
He
like
falls
fucking 3 sessions in, and the way you're so consistent with using your bow is crazy.
Always above a 20.
Yeah, exactly. Is that the end of your turn?
I can't really do anything else, can I? I'll just.
You can cast another spell because your spell went down when you went unconscious.
Oh, does it?
Mm.
I'll recast Zephyr Strike then.
Well, actually,
no, I won't.
Yeah.
I'll do nothing. I'll wait.
Yeah, makes sense.
Otherwise, I'll lose my extra hit.
Funk, it is you.
Yeah. Once again, I'm gonna try and dispatch the Trixie Goblin.
No, you're not. Could you please make a charisma save for us, please?
Oh no!
Okay.
Yeah, so he's becoming even more agitated. He's like, "Why won't you listen to me?" But again, he's
And-
just on the sword, and you go to swing at him, and like stab him on the ground, and then he ends up on your arm, and he's like, "Can we not just be friends?"
That's my turn.
Cool. Again, it is the goblins. One's gonna shoot at you, Wolfsbane. And one's gonna shoot at you, Nettle. What's your AC, Wolfsbane?
18.
What's your AC, Nettle?
15.
Okay, so the one that the one misses you, Wolfsbane.
Oh, thank God.
God, am I going
Oh,
down?
1 health.
Zach, you take 4 damage.
Thank.
For reference, he has 5 hit points.
We're like the one club now.
Yeah.
Hanging on.
It is now you, Wolfsbane.
Okay. This one, the one I'm looking at.
Mhm.
I'm going to cast Sacred Flame
Cool.
again.
Okay, let's see. Some fortunate damage rolls. I believe he fails to save, actually. So yeah, he takes that 3 damage. You hear from the bush.
That's all you see. That's all you hear.
Yeah. Uncle.
It's like the prayer you have to say. Uncle is up
Yeah.
here, and he's gonna slash at the other guy. Paladin.
Okay, could you please make a charisma saving throw? He's just like wagging his finger at you.
Sorry. Charisma.
So as you go to swing at him, Uncle,
Yeah.
you stop.
Yeah.
And then you put down your sword. And you go, "My friend! Oh my god, I haven't seen you in such a long time!" And he's like, "I know, right?" And you see them really pout up as, for whatever reason, Uncle seems to come under the influence of this creature that is now, once again, sitting on a stool.
So annoying. Go on.
Now, you are forced to use your action to praise me. You have to praise the Nilbog. That is what you have to do.
Oh, I love your hat. It's just like it's amazing. It's so pointy.
Thank you, I made it myself.
Whoa.
Cool, and that's your turn. It is now you, Sparkles.
I'll cast a fireball on that one.
Okay, I believe, unfortunately, that misses. As Firebolt goes wide and starts fire to a little brush way back. Are you moving?
And I'll stay where I am.
Cool. It is now the Nilbog, and he turns to you once again, Funk, and he's like, "Listen here, you thick four-headed cretin. Why don't you be my friend? Could you please make I believe, a wisdom saving throw, Dill?" Killing it. Again, you're just unfazed. It is now you, Horns.
How far can I run?
30 foot. Or if you dash, but that's your action, 60 foot.
You're like 20 foot away from.
Yeah, but I want to really kill this guy because he's got you
Yeah,
under the
please.
influence.
Everybody, focus fire.
Yeah.
You can make a dark
Yeah.
bit of him, actually.
So
I
I
think
think I'm
Missile would be a
I'll
very
run up to
handy
him. I'm
Yep.
gonna stand on this log for height,
Yep.
and I'm gonna bring down my double-edged sword.
Cool.
With
Could you please make a
pointy
charisma
end
saving throw,
facing at
please?
their skull. Huh?
Could you please make a
Okay.
charisma saving throw as he turns to look at you with these puppy dog eyes?
Uh-oh.
So, unfortunately, you get to about an inch from striking him,
Oh
and
no!
then you feel yourself compelled to give him a compliment.
Oh no! I I love your hair.
Thank you. I like yours too. And he winks.
I hate him so much. Oh my god.
Okay. And it is now Nettle's turn.
I'll get the other guy hiding off in the bushes.
Yep.
Finish him off. Or I'll try to.
No, I'll try to. That's fucking modest. You're about to blow up that entire bush. Yeah. Yep.
Oh my god.
Yeah. How do you want to do this?
That one's through his heart. Straight
Yeah.
to
So
the
you see
chest.
this arrow go through the goblin and then pin to the tree behind him. The heart still beating on the shaft of the arrow.
Oh, fuck.
It's now you, Funk.
Cool.
And he looks at you again. He's like, "Why can't we just all be friends?"
How is Uncle looking in terms of? Is he looking kind of
Uncle's looking
banged up?
fresh.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
I'm able to share. His
Well, actually, I
space
say
from-
that for some reason he definitely has had damage.
I healed back. I did second win.
Yes, that's right. He did second wind. That's correct.
Am I able to share a space with him just to attack?
No, you cannot.
Back? Okay.
You can swing over my head.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, yep. Once again, I'm gonna try and hit him with my longsword. Oh my god, these rolls.
Well, at first you need to make a Christmas saving throw. Sorry.
What's this goblin, the little pink goblin called again? How do you spell it?
Nilbolg. It's goblin backwards.
Ah.
I know. Fucking. Probably one of my favorite creatures I've ever seen in D&D. So yeah, you resist the temptation to pay this creature a compliment. However, as you swing to hit, once more he ends up on the tip of your blade, and he does a little jig, and he's like, "You're not really good at this, are you?" It is now you, Wolfsbane.
I'm going to move.
Oh wait, sorry, my bad. I missed the goblin's turn. One of them is going to shoot at... sorry, I'll be quick. One of them's going to shoot at Jordan. What's your AC, Jordan?
11.
Unfortunately, that hits. One is going to shoot at you, Uncle. And your AC is...
16.
Sorry?
16.
16. That just hits, actually. And one is going to shoot at you, Ash. And what's your AC?
19.
Unfortunately, they all hit. So that is going to be...
Rolling really well.
6 damage to you, Jordan. It's going to be 5 damage. Wait. Sorry, 5 damage to you, Jordan. 4 damage to you, Uncle. And then it's going to be 5 damage to you, Horns. And sorry, it's back to you, Wolfsbane.
Minus 5.
Oh, yep,
I
yep.
use the Bond of Retribution again.
Yeah, he makes a deck save. He fails it.
2D.
Yep.
2d10 is so much.
And yeah, again, the lightning strikes the bush, and that goblin is no longer. No, my other brother, Grabbles. I will avenge you. Wolfsbane.
I'm going to move to the other side of the cart here, and on the main goblin, the naughty goblin.
Yep.
I'm going to
The naughty goblin.
the naughty one. I'm gonna cast command to release my friends.
Oh, okay. So what? So what is the command though? Because it's one word.
Release.
Oh, that's vague.
That could be.
Okay. Well, I need to make a saving throw first. And what is the DC? Sorry, what's your spell save DC?
Where would that be?
It would be at the top of your spell casting page.
No, above it. No, above where you're looking, right at the top of the page.
So it's 12. It's just in between wisdom and your spell attack bonus.
Yeah, I see it. Sounds like okay, yeah.
Cool. So he's going to make that. And unfortunately he succeeds. So he's like, no.
How annoying. Okay, I think that's all I can do.
bonus action.
You come around the corner, you're like, release, and everyone looks at you with a face filled with fear and horror. It is now you, Uncle.
Must I make a save to... Am I still under his control? Or must I make a wisdom saving throw or anything? Or can I attack?
Unfortunately, you cannot attack him until at least the end of his next turn.
Alright. So, can I make a saving throw to kind of break the spell or anything?
Yeah, I'll do it after this.
No, because you already attempted to do it. Yeah, it will end.
We'll have to do it in a while. Then I can't right now.
Yes,
I'm
you're
gonna do
wrong.
something.
So, can I just not do anything, or can I attack
No,
the other goblins?
You
or-
can attack other goblins, yeah.
Oh yeah. So I'm going to move here and slash at this guy with my falchion.
Okay, roll hit.
Hit some.
Yeah, that fucking hits. Roll damage. So how does that look as you end that goblin's life?
I just slash him at the legs, and as he falls, I just slash him down the throat as well. So just a double slash.
And as the last goblin, besides the one who's been calling
No, just
out
like any other car.
his sibling's name, he goes,
That's
"No,
the engine's
Grubs! You are my second
Next
cousin
steering wheel.
on my wife's side. I will avenge you." As you strike down, what, like the 8th goblin today? Is that the end of your turn?
I send return. I stay there in the trees. Yeah.
Sparkles.
I'll move there and cast magic missiles on the
Nice.
trickster thing.
Okay. If you'd like to make a charisma saving throw, please. This is like, uh. So yeah, you succeed.
Nice. And
Beautiful.
then 3
Beautiful.
so then
Oh.
plus 3.
So you
12.
see, how would you like to do this, John?
Ah, let's go.
What I do is I'll cast it in my hand, and as it kind of breaks off to the bolts, hit him and like trip him up, and then the last one kind of hits him in the head to push him off.
Yeah, his smoking corpse kind of just lying on top of this stump. But he weirdly still seems to be smiling. And he says, "Do you think that was the last you'd have seen of me?" As he gets back to his feet, and he just brushes himself off, apparently completely negating any of the damage that you just attempted to do to him. Now. You're in my sights, big boy. And he kind of turns to you. He's like, "You probably got to be the worst mage I've ever seen. You can't even kill a simple goblin. Who do you think you are?" Could you please make a wisdom saving throw, please?
Nice.
Nice, and you succeed on his vicious mockery. Horns, it's you.
Am I still under his influence, so I can't like hurt him? Or because of his last attack, is he weak?
Actually, because he just had his turn, that influence is now broken, so you can try to attack him.
Okay. Blast. I'm gonna get my two-handed longsword, and because I'm so close to him, I'm gonna try and sneakily just attack, because obviously he doesn't know it's my turn to attack. I'm just gonna like go. You know?
Cool, yep.
Maybe not the longsword then, the hand axe, because it's in my pocket. I'll just like grab the hand axe
Okay.
with my hand and just like sneakily like
I
get
get
him in
you,
the
I get
belly
you.
or in the back, whatever way he's facing.
Unfortunately, could you please make a charisma saving throw for me though, please?
Yeah.
He goes, turns around, he's like, "Babe, come on." And you're like, "You're right." You put the hand axe back in your pocket. Could you please give him a compliment?
You're impressively annoying.
Your annoyance exceeds most goblins I've met before.
Thank you, I do try. And is that the end of your turn? I guess it'll have to be.
Yeah.
Nettle, it's you.
So how does it work? Sorry, anyone who attacks him with any attack has to.
Is it
has
not
to
like a reaction he's expending, or this is just like?
Well, you don't know. You don't You don't have the rule book in front of you right now. Like, this is all happening to your character.
Yeah.
Alright, well. Give me a sec. I'm going to cast.
That is actually the big bad.
Yeah, at the end of the campaign is just
The
him.
rest of the company.
He's overthrown a kingdom.
So I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike.
Yep.
And attack.
Cool. Please
I need
make
to
a
make a
charisma
save.
saving for it. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, killed it.
Chris.
Should I roll? Of
no.
course, that's the first
Single
time.
one,
Yeah,
that
the first time you got
isn't
a
above
1.
20. No way.
What does a Stone of Good Luck do?
Damn.
That's just pluses
nothing.
some ability rolls and saving throws by 1.
Saving throw, so there's nothing for me. So I missed,
Yeah.
do I?
Anybody got
Yeah,
an
well,
inspiration?
with a nat 1, you always miss.
So unfortunate.
Yeah, well, that actually is a good point. Dylan there just asked everyone if they had inspiration. Inspiration you can use for other people as well if you want them to re-roll, but you just have to give them a short, inspiring speech.
Uncle shouts out,
Yeah.
you can do it.
Cool. Remove your inspiration. You can attempt to attack again, Nettle.
On Nettle.
There we go.
That hits. That
I
hits.
got a little bit nervous after everyone was struggling to beat him.
Yeah. Cool.
I also get the 1d8 bonus damage.
Nicely done. How do you want to do this?
Is he stood on that stump or is he stood next to it?
He's like on the stump, yeah.
Yeah, knock him off the stump. Hits him so hard. In the side, he flies off the stump.
And that he does. You see his limp corpse roll to the floor. And you think that's the rest of it until you see on the other side of the stump, Nettle, one hand kind of push himself back up. He's like, "You missed me," as he once more returns to the stump. Now, I'm getting the feeling you guys don't really like me. And it is now your turn, Malaki.
How could you tell? As once again, gonna bring down my longsword.
Please make a charisma saving throw.
Oh yeah.
Please give a compliment to the Nilbog as you swing your sword and you find yourself stopping just short
The
of
one time I would have hit him as well.
Yeah.
You have long, slender ears. I'm envious.
Thank you, the pointiest.
That's my turn.
God, I love this guy. It's now you, Wolfman.
I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt onto him.
Okay, could you please make a charisma saving throw, please?
It was one of them. Backup. Yeah, one of them. Christmas.
Okay. Oh, God.
Unfortunately, you feel compelled to give the Nilbog a compliment.
You've got a great sense of humour.
I know, the best. You can see like all these compliments are fucking just improving his ego dramatically. It is now. Who is it now? Oh, it is now you, Uncle.
So I'm gonna rush forward and I'm gonna go and try and attack him again with my
Cool.
sword. So
Would like to make a charisma saving throw? Unfortunately, you feel compelled to make a compliment towards the Nilbog. As you run up, you get there, and then you're just struck by awe.
is that hot pink? It's beautiful, beautiful color.
It's actually Moab. It is now Sparkles.
I'll cast Fireball Bolt onto the trickster guy again.
Cool.
Oh.
If you'd like to roll a charisma save for us, please. Yes, so you succeed. Unfortunately, the firebolt goes wide as it goes off into the distance. Cool.
And yeah, that's my turn.
And it's now the Nilbog's turn. And he's like, you know what? I think I'll just take the toll. And he reaches towards the hefty coin purses that you guys have at your belts now that you've emptied the chest. And he takes both yours, Malaki, and yours, Uncle. So if you'd like to tell me how much a sixth of the total treasury is.
Can I not like make a roll to oppose this? Or?
No, you're charmed, unfortunately. You're like, oh yeah, go for it.
I see.
At least he decided not to clean this out, despite killing his brother and all his friends.
So how much do we have?
Well, Uncle is the treasury, so
Yeah,
kind of is.
All in his pockets right now.
Yeah, he split it amongst everybody when we transferred the owlbear into the treasury chest.
Yeah. I think
So it's-
you roughly have 400. Is that right? Am I reading that right, Ray?
Yeah, like I'm trying to remember. It was 397, but I think that was an old one, and it was actually 623.
Yeah. So if
So yeah, it should be 623.
623. Okay.
Yeah. So once. Maths. Sorry, divided by 6.
So that's 103, 104
yeah.
gold pieces he's going to take off the two of you. He's going to be like, well,
Most of it all.
I don't think I'm going to be hanging around too much longer. You guys have kind of boring me at this point. And he kind of looks at you. Looks at the people surrounding him, and he's like, "You know what? Just do what you like. Could everyone please make a wisdom saving throw, please?"
Everyone or just 3 around?
Yeah, it's just the 3 around him. So
Oh, sorry.
that's okay. So, Uncle. Okay, so I'm gonna roll. Okay, so Uncle, you suddenly freeze like a statue, unable to move. Ash, you're
Yeah.
going to do the same. You both move like statues, almost turn statues.
Yeah.
Not even breathing. It's like, well, this won't be the last you see of me. Come on, Jermichael. Let's go. And he kind of grabs onto him, and you see them disappear.
Oh, there was a goblin left, was there?
Yep.
One goblin left.
Oh, I didn't notice that guy.
That is so annoying.
I fucking hate that guy. Yeah. And sorry, Uncle's frozen and Horns.
The same.
Damn.
But just as you can
Uh,
see this like tint of blue appearing on their skin, they go and their muscles relax once more. They can
Okay.
move.
I was still
Okay.
charmed at the time he was
Yes.
walking away, was he? Well, can I? So he kept, like, it appeared to me that he kept coming back to life after dying. Would I be able to make an Arcana roll on that?
Yes.
Like, did it seem like his wounds were like immediately closing? Or... I'd also like to kind of like bring the question forth to the group. Anybody have any information on that?
Oh, Dylan.
I get advantage on intelligence checks to talk about information on them.
Cool. Dylan, also remove that 4 gold pieces that you had in your thing, because that would have been a part of your coin pouch, and Ray the same for that 2 silver.
Did he fully clean them out?
Yeah, you took their coin purses.
Yeah,
Oh.
it took like 100 coins off, gold coins from us.
Nettle, since you seem so educated on the matter, would you like to make the rolls?
I'll try, but we're out of combat now, so I can't promise anything.
Yeah. Nice.
Nope.
And
Can I give my kind of knowledge on previous history /
Yeah, give it a go.
knowledge?
So, you're thinking back to it. You know goblins. They're like fucking rodents of the world almost. Like they're populous everywhere. They don't particularly have a suitable environment. There is higher densities and more craggy terrain, but they can be found literally anywhere. They're not super specific when it comes to their habitat. War bosses tend to be, which was that darker, slightly bigger one that you saw that was kind of nearly killed Zack in one fell swoop, tend to be like the strongest. They lead the goblin hordes. If they're not being taken advantage of course, by orcs or ogres or something. And just simply because you rolled so high, you have heard tales of goblins that have these weird sort of magical inclinations that tend to be these tricksters. You don't know a lot of information about them, but you have heard that they seem to be extremely lucky. That for whatever reason, people who cannot bring themselves to attack them, and that they have this influence to bring mirth to people around them, but they use it in almost a way to manipulate people, as you saw, like he used it to steal off you guys. You know, there is some scholars that believe they are chosen of Oroban, who is the god of mischief and luck in this world. And potentially they have some sort of dealings with him. But as I say, this is a super uncommon goblin. They're obviously called a Nilbog, which is just goblin backwards. Nilbog, I should say.
Cool.
But yeah, as you guys pick yourself up, lick your wounds. What's everyone doing? What's everyone saying? I can't believe how fucked up a lot of you guys are.
Yeah.
Then the Noglib heard of it. Kicking the stump that I'm standing on.
Can we track him? Sparkles, can you see how he disappeared?
I'll use Asta to kind of fly
Um,
up and
I also have advantage on wisdom survival checks to track goblins. I don't know if it works in survival because he got away magically, but
Exactly, like survival is like, you know, you're tracking this guy.
but he did run off with one normal goblin, so I can track that guy.
He touched him and they both disappeared together. Like you can
Oh,
give
okay.
definitely give it an attempt to see if they did walk off or what was the situation there. If you want to make a survival for me. Yeah, so you've looked around the area where he was last spotted, and there is no footprints leading from there. They seem to have teleported to some degree.
Goddamn.
Jordan, the last little bit.
I'm sure we'll meet again. I don't think that's the last we've seen of that twat.
Jordan, you also, because you did roll so high, the last little bit of information that I will say is that their source of power, for some reason, intrinsically seems to be linked to the amount of gold that they own.
Ah.
It's a little stronger now.
So next time we need to get the sneak up on him and take all his gold.
Rob him blind.
He seems like he's a rich man if he's survived all that.
But I suppose, we just, lick our wounds.
Yeah.
I feel bad about ourselves for complimenting that apple so much.
and now or can we check the bodies for any loot?
Yeah, if you'd like to roll an investigation, 2 people can roll if they would like.
Yeah, I'll help as well if that's alright. I didn't help very much.
Cool, so on one goblin, you actually find a peg leg, like for a full-sized human. Like, this isn't something that he used. He just has a large peg leg, almost like a pirate one. Another one
Was like it'll come in handy.
has a coin purse. It only has 3 copper in it, though. And the last one
Yeah.
seems to have a bag of decomposing salmon heads from the river. And obviously those salmon aren't especially good salmon itself, so this bag really fucking reeks.
Yeah, we'll leave
Nice.
that.
Yeah, let's chuck the bag back in the forest.
Yeah, we'll take the peg leg. It'll be handy.
Yeah, if you guys are going to end up with pirates, this could help with that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I suppose we get back on the road. What time of day is it?
It's just after morning, to be fair. You're probably at about midday now.
I don't want to use any healing potions. Can any of us heal the wounded? The Nettles and Wolfsbane is quite.
I'm
damaged.
barely keeping up with the wagon, limping behind it.
Yeah, bro, like, fucking, it's almost
Oh,
becoming a
fuck.
standard
And everyone
combat.
just got up and started walking again.
Like it's almost a standard for combat to end with Nettle went down at one point, been revived by someone, and then like carried on just killing people mercilessly.
Yeah. He needs like a support team of.
I can cast Healing Word on myself and Nettle again. So.
I have Lay on Hands. I can expend up to 10 hit points to distribute around people. I'd like to keep 1 just in case somebody goes down. I would also like to check on the owlbear cub, just to like... Did we end up poking holes in the chest?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
We did, yeah. So I'd like to try and just like peek through one, just to make sure it's still there.
Yeah. Does that Lay on Hands also help heal your ego as well?
Nothing will help. I fucking shattered back.
That was like 5 hits. Like, did you miss it?
Yeah.
As you go back to the chest, you can see that it's actually wide open.
No.
On the side of the chest, scribbled in almost like childlike crayon, is the words, "Thank you for your gold," and you instantly know who opened this chest.
We've got to go a Nilbot cut.
What we're doing.
Did you? You said you made Asta start a perimeter, Jordan. Would you like to make a perception check with advantage, please?
Yeah, could I also potentially like track his magic with like detect magic and see if there's a way of tracing where he's gone?
You can, but just based on the as a mage yourself, a wizard, like teleportation, like he's probably not close at this point. You can roll that with advantage, Jordan, because he's an owl, so he gets advantage on perception. Yeah, so not too far now, actually down the road ahead of you, but it's been travelling through the underbrush. You can see this cub kind of racing ahead.
Jeez,
I want to get on the horse and run after it.
Nettle's like got his net back out. He's like, "I've got this, guys."
Yeah, so maybe
make haste.
Cool. So you guys, quickly pack up your shit. No time to fucking hang around and heal your wounds. Well, actually, that's a serious point. A lot of the people here are damaged. I know. You said you could heal, but has anyone done that?
I've not yet. I would say once we like get going, as we're like chasing them, like if I'm, who's actually like?
I'm on 1 hit point, so it's fine. I'll just bleed out.
1. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna.
I think I'm on 5.
Jesus, everybody's not.
I'm okay.
Yeah, we got 2 1 hit points, a 2 hit point, 5 hit point, 7 hit point, and then Uncle is like barely being touched, but that's only because he had a second wind.
And we got beat in the heart.
Expended 1 healing word.
Yeah, so I can cast that on myself, and then maybe you on Nettle.
Yeah. And then I will bring Sparkles up. You said you're at 2 hit points.
Yeah.
I'll bring you up to 10, expending 8 of my Lay on Hands.
Thank you.
Zach, when you think back to last session, when you was like, "Oh man, I just wish we attacked that goblin that we saw," is that a sentiment you still hold?
No. I'll be less keen the next time we meet.
Yeah. Cool.
I use my second wind now, or
Yeah, you can second wind anytime.
okay.
It's like a 6-second progress. But if they're healing people, you could probably leave that for the time being, unless you really want to get full hit points back. It's up to you.
You just the hit dice. So
What does healing word do? Do I get healed 3 here?
It depends on who she used it on.
I'm using it on myself, and then I think Thunk's gonna heal you. That's all.
Get fucked, tree boy.
But yeah, is it literally only 3? So that only brings me up to 4. 10 out of 10.
I'm a healer. She's literally like putting a plaster on her wounds. She's like, I'm doing it.
Sparkles, are you able to cast detect magic as a ritual, or are you expending
No, I am. Yeah.
Next time we come into contact with him, obviously casting out as a ritual might not work too well. But if we're able to kind of see if he's got anything magical on his person, we might be able to figure out more about.
I can revise that next morning so it's not ritual cast.
Cool.
Well, we know Sparkles did state that it's their powers based on how much gold they have. So what we need to do is find where they're. I don't know if he carries it on him or where his stash is, and then clean him out. And then we'll be rich and kill him. So
Yeah.
seems like a win-win.
Yeah, easier said than done. I mean, you guys literally.
He's apparently immortal. I can hit him. So.
How does the hit dice work? Sorry, Jack. So you can only use them when you're having a long rest.
Short rest.
Or they only replenish when you're having a rest.
You can use them when you're having a short rest, but you can only replenish them when you're having a long rest, and even then you only get half of the amount of hit dice you used that day.
Okay.
So if you
is there a way to fully restore them?
So if you in the day, say you use 2 hit dice, right? When you had a long rest, you'd only get 1 back.
Okay. But is there a way to like get back up to your total amount? Is that like when you level up only is the time you get fully replenished on your hit die?
No. Like if you like slept again after that, you get 1 more back as well.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Like while we were in town, we would have had everything back to normal.
Yeah, exactly.
Did Zach get healed in the end?
Nope.
Did you?
I'm still chilling on 1 HP.
So, I lay on
wanna
hands
heal
to
me before
you.
instead, and then do for Zach as well.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. So 4 each.
Yeah.
Okay.
John's back at 4 HP, just wizard things.
I'm half HP now, but I only have like 3 health anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you guys quickly make haste after having a few rounds of healing diluted amongst the team. You guys chase after this cub, which didn't get too far. Like it probably got like less than half a mile before you catch up with it, and you see it running ahead of you, and it kind of turns its beaked head back, looks at you with these eyes of fear, and again tries to delve into the underbrush. If everyone would like to make a Constitution saving throw as you are running on foot to try and keep up with it at this point.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my word. It's all on you, Ash.
So we're all stacking it, stumbling through the woods.
Oh, yeah. So you guys are chasing after it, and everyone's like... and Horns just... dives into the bush. Could you please make an athletics check as you try and wrestle this owlbear back into a chest?
Athletics.
The more
+6.
the more you play Ash, the more your character's becoming Crocodile Dundee. It's gonna obviously contest that. Unfortunately, as you dive on it, even though you had this massive momentum from this large jump, it manages to break free, wriggle free, and it continues on. Can everyone make another Constitution saving throw? You guys managed to get back to where you started due to Ash fucking wrestling it.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Cool. Who are we missing there? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, Dill, this time it's you. Well, actually, it's Nettles and Funk. They're running up. Could they please make a athletics with advantage?
Oh, nice. Go on, Nettles.
Oh, nat 1. So yeah, Nettles just kind of jumps on it and like grabs it by its one leg, just focusing all his strength on this one appendage to stop it from running, driving it into the ground. And quickly enough, the team start to coerce around it, almost like a scrum, until they get it back in the chest, locking it.
Yeah. Should we try and be a bit nicer to it?
It's been late now, but
The chest is like filled with like refuse and like rotten salmon.
Yeah, it's now got literal goblin graffiti on it.
yeah.
The revered
All right.
chest of the Company of the Bronze Lion, thousands of years old.
Treacle and Poet, they just watch. I ask them like, what happened to the chest? Do you not see the goblin coming in?
No,
Goblin.
we were just hiding, as as you do.
Oh yeah, just like all of us hiding. Yes, outside the cart, fighting almost.
No,
dying.
I'm a cook, mate. What do you expect me to do? Attack the goblins with my fucking spatula?
Yeah. or that big, big spoon. Will do.
Yeah, you tell you what, mate. You invest in a bigger rolling pin for me, and I might consider it. But so far, these are my cooking supplies, and he brings out this rusty cleaver and then 4 almost rotting salmon. He's like, "This is what I've got to work with, and you're coming at me that I'm not doing my job." You guys had 700 gold pieces, and I didn't get a single lick of that.
Well, it's kind of.
All gone now.
Literally, so Treacle's seen none of the benefits of the company so far, and Poet's literally just overcome a life-threatening disease. Like, come on.
It's in the chest for them to use as well, though. They can speak up.
Yeah, that's very true. But yeah, at this point, Treacle kind of looks at you, Uncle. He's like, honestly, I think we might just call it. Maybe it's worth just calling it a day. What do you think? Maybe having a short rest. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but you guys are a little bit fucked up.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we'll move into the woods and rest up here. You're right.
And he kind of turns out the caravan now. He's like, "You fellas hear that?"
No.
Yeah, everyone's just yeah.
It's like, we're going for a short rest, okay, guys.
Yeah. So yeah, at this point, so you setting up for a short rest, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. What's everyone doing this time? Anything in particular, or?
I use a hit dice.
Yeah, everyone can use as many hit die as they want.
Yeah. How many do we have? Do we have 2? Because we're
you always have as many as what level you are.
Oh, cool.
Well, total
What does
that is.
hit dice mean?
Hit dice are like a HP healing reserve pool that you have. So, like, if you get damaged when you take a short rest, you can use a hit dice to heal yourself. But if I'm not wrong, your second wind uses a hit dice, if I'm not mistaken.
It does, yeah.
So you would only have one each, I think, guys.
So now I have none.
Yes, but you guys are, I'd say, fully healed now. Yeah. Taking a short rest still.
Oh, cool.
Back to mine, I think.
While we're resting as well, I'll get Asta up in the air to keep watch out to make sure nothing surprises us.
Make a perception with advantage.
Quick question there, actually. In Second Wind, it doesn't say it uses a hit dice. It just says use a 1d10.
Oh, does it? Okay, well, yeah, you'd have multiple hit die then.
Oh, there's one more. Yeah, great.
I was under the impression that I did use hit dice. Oh no, you know what I'm thinking of? There's a feat that you can use hit dice in the middle of battle.
Yeah.
Which is what I had on my fighter, which is why I got confused. No creatures in the vicinity. That being said, Asta does see on the horizon smoke coming from roughly where you would estimate the barge meeting point to be. Like a lot of smoke.
Not like a campfire smoke.
No, like billowing.
Jesus Christ.
Goblins have set our boat on fire.
I'm gonna pop into the surrounding woods and see if I can hunt some rabbits, some bits for food.
You always sound like you're about to be in tears, Zach. Okay, survival check for us.
At time, man.
Yeah.
What am I rolling? Sorry.
Survival for us.
No.
Yeah, easily enough done. You find a couple of these little rodents traveling about. Pick them up. Well, not really rodents, are they? That was mean. Sorry.
I'm practicing my sword strikes, just like kind of left and right, and then I kind of asked Tunk, does he want to come over? As well.
I've just got
Might
like
be
a
a bit
piece of
rusty
parchment in my hand, and I look up at Uncle, like clearly not in the mood to.
If I walk up and approach, kind of thunk and Uncle, and just say, we may have a problem ahead. Aster has been in sight of a large amount of smoke at the target destination.
I see.
Right, do you want to proceed?
Before we get too far away from it, when you laugh then, Ray, I don't know why, but it reminded me of the Nilbog.
Yeah.
Nettle, if you could scout ahead and see if there's any enemies there, or
Yeah.
if you could attempt to put out any fires.
Go have a look.
Otherwise, yeah, let's finish up here and head towards the river.
Do you want me to do a stealth check? Am I sneaking up or am I just
Yes.
heading over?
Yeah. Well, I'd assume that you'd want to stealth up. Like, you can just walk up if you want.
Whistling down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, so easily enough done. And it takes you a couple of hours to get close. But when you do, you finally come upon this site. An entire battalion of Lycan Guard surrounding a burning barge, some bodies floating upside down in the water. You spend a little bit of time in one of the bushes just listening to what they're saying, and it becomes evident quite quickly that someone had tipped them off that they are looking for something of value. That it's not inherently, they don't seem inherently clear on what that is, and that they're probably going to start marching west along the road back towards Bovinloft to try and find this.
Okay. I'm going to use the braces to sort of thank.
Cool.
Tell them we need to get off the road now.
Yep. Okay.
Whole battalion of Lycan Guard. So, and they're heading your way. So you need to get off the road and you need to try and cover up some of your tracks as best as possible.
Okay.
And then
So,
maybe
Uncle,
spend a
you
few days hiding in the woods.
So
If you
again,
could,
to clarify what these Lycan Guard look like for those who weren't here for the first session, these are the national troops of Walter Glen. They serve the Lycan Main family. Yeah, they're just every town. These would be the guards at the gates who would be enforcing order and peace. So you know these are pretty much the good guys. Well, sure as hell know you guys aren't the good guys. So
I hear they're looking for a Stephen.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, if that's the case, then Uncle, if you're able to dispose of any tracks, we're gonna have to travel on foot, I think, through the forest.
Honestly,
Since the barge is no longer an option.
Need help with that. I can also multi-earth to look unsettled.
perfect.
do.
Yeah, so
Hey, that's a good shout.
we move pretty. I suppose how deep we go pretty deep in because we don't want to be in any side of the road. So yeah, we move in
Yeah.
your tracks.
If you could deploy Aster to keep a watch over like the road perpendicular to us,
Yeah.
it'd be appreciated.
Yeah, so I whisper to her as I send her off.
We're having very bad luck.
Yeah, it's not going well.
Life of a villain, I suppose.
Yeah.
This will be
Maybe
easy.
we should try not breaking the law.
2 days
no,
to a barge,
well,
we get on it,
yeah.
get a little bit of a sail going, and then we get paid a big payday. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. Also, we haven't been villains yet. We could have we're en route, properly en route to go to the actual village, like for the actual mission. So technically,
True.
we're doing a job for the Duke. So officially,
Yeah.
hmm
Just a little
We'll
bit
say that if
suspicious
we
of us.
get
I'm not a
caught.
very good liar.
yeah.
Yeah, it might be worth getting your story straight now, if you were still to process along this route, this avenue.
We
Wait,
don't
didn't they request a different destination for the package, or?
Yeah.
They did, but
Yeah,
were
we're supposed to be taking this
barge
to somewhere different.
Or it's
Yeah.
the town that's just next to this, though. It's the same place, but we're
Okay.
just meeting one in the city.
But we've already set up the chest to look like it got away, so we don't want to be.
Hmm.
Well,
We should.
that could have been an accident. We were attacked by the owlbear, so we could actually just finish off the main mission. The barge is a no-go. The gang didn't live up to their side of the bargain. We could just deliver the mission and get to about 200 gold. It's not much, but
The most fucking fickle loyalty I've ever seen. You guys were like, yeah, we're already pissed off one dude. What's two? And then as soon as like there's a slight bit of resistance, you guys are like, well, these gang didn't live to their side of the bargain. There's no barge here.
Well,
I think.
we were supposed to get a barge though, because it is.
No, I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I think at this point, though, it's quite clear to the Duke that we weren't intending on holding up our end of the bargain. Like, there's probably like a rat. So I think we should stick to the.
If we could just walk into Westerwatch, be like, surprise, we're going to do it all along.
I can try to get a smaller barge once we get to the village, or hopefully before that if we can.
Yeah.
One down. We'll just get past these guards.
I mean, if we
Are
go
you able to build one?
No, I'm able to talk my way. I'm well used to being on the sea and talk to bargemen, and I'll be able to get us on one.
I can also use this to get us somewhere to hide.
Ooh, that could come in really handy.
Yeah, that's really cool actually. Yeah. A floating safe house on a barge.
That would be optimal, yeah.
Yeah.
So
what are we going to do about the owlbear, though, if we're abandoning our very expensive wagon?
We can't really
Yeah,
abandon it though, can we?
That's true, but we wouldn't be able to take it through the forest.
We'd have to just lay low for a few days to wait for the Lycan Guard to move past.
Sparkles can mold the earth.
I take
like
it
a
you've
flat
moved.
rope.
You're moving back, Nettle. You're not having this conversation again. Like cross distance.
Classically, like.
Can
Yeah, I'm
Sparkles-
back with the group now.
Yeah, can Sparkles smooth the ground as we pass through and then ruffle it up again?
That would probably like double our travel time if like.
But it will be secure though. It would be safe.
It's a cantrip, is it, Moldurth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we're not talking.
Are we
like
asking for Jordan
halving.
to literally levitate the wagon through the woods for us?
Well, not levitate, but burrow.
No.
Like
Burrow.
create a fucking dwarven low road.
I mean, that's
yeah.
a good way of staying quiet, isn't it? The Lycan Guard won't find us.
I will
See,
say that's
Sparkles-
not even like halving your journey time. Like you'd be moving at a fraction of like
Yeah.
how fast you were going.
Yeah.
As you're moving away, Nettle, something feels off to you.
Off with where I was.
Yeah.
Like you're just like this is just a little bit further out from where those you've just reported back to Funk.
Yeah.
But you get this uneasy feeling like you're being watched.
Shall I make a perception check?
Mhm.
Or have a little bit of a stroll around, see if I can find anything out of the ordinary. Are we off the path at this point, or are we still kind of sat here like, oh shit, what do we do?
Well, this is before you go. This is still when you're at the burning badge.
Oh, okay. So I'm rolling perception, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, so you look around and you look back towards the small ensemble of Lycan Guard that are down by the river, and clearly none of those have noticed you whatsoever. And then to your surprise, the boulder next to you turns into this fabric, and it reveals a cloaked elf with long black hair that's tied behind its back. And he says, I don't suppose you're the person I've been contracted to move on my barge, are you?
Who's asking? Mr. Weird Boulder Elf Man?
Is that a fucking joke?
I'm slightly taken aback by this guy popping out the boulder I'm stood behind. What?
As you're there, he kind of looks over towards the guard, pulls out a little rolling tin, pops a cigarette in his mouth, and like lights it. It's like, sorry, how rude of me. Did you want one?
Yeah, sure, go on then.
And he kind of hands you the one
You
he's
don't mind?
already lit, and he lights another one.
Hi.
Cheers, pal.
So, who are you with? They can't just be you.
No, but I feel like that's not really needed information right now.
Oh yeah, clearly it's not pertinent at all. And he motions towards the burning barge on the river with all
Yeah.
his dead men floating downstream.
So that's your badge then?
Yes, if we hadn't clarified that already, that is indeed my badge.
So,
Mhm.
well, what's your plan now?
Takes
then,
a long
to move
drag
on?
on his cigarette. It's like,
he can't cope with me.
yeah.
Yeah, well, we've still got the contract and all the goods safe for now, unless the Lycan guards start moving.
Right. Well, I guess
I
I'll
don't
be
suppose
coming
you
with
have another
then.
badge.
We can get one for sure. Obviously not here though. And my next badge is in Westerwatch, but unless we want to take on those guards, I mean, we're not getting there. How many are there of you? Can we take on those guards?
Oh, no, we won't be able to take them on right now.
Really?
Yeah, believe it or not, quite a lot of them.
Oh.
I did hear them say they were about to start moving west though, so maybe we can hide in the woods and wait for them to pass.
Oh. That's what we're doing.
We've got a wizard who wants to build a tunnel to move a wagon through.
Oh. Cracking. So, let me just clarify. You're not going to tell me who you are? Like, even though we've hired you.
Oh yeah, they actually know who I am, don't they? Yeah. I did tell my real name to the
Your name, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm Nettle then.
Nettle. Interesting name, Nettle.
Actually, I regret that because I still don't know who this guy is. Oh, it's too late now.
So yeah, why do they call you Nettle? It takes a long drag on a cigarette.
Just I've got a lot of experience in the woods. Kind of my area of specialty. Tracking and hunting.
Mm. And what did the local fauna just give you the name Nettle then?
Yeah.
He likes another cigarette. He's like, right, let's...
Why do you need all this information to move a package? I was told curiosity killed the cat.
Who the fuck says that?
Just a local bartender.
As you can see. He gestures once again to like the people searching through the burning wreckage of his badge. It's like it's kind of pertinent interest to me at the moment. I guess I can't force you to tell me who you are. I guess I'll have to trust you because at this point, I've really got no other choice.
Yeah. How do I know you're not working for the Duke or anything? Obviously, this is.
Are you fucking joking?
Oh.
And he kind of like rolls up his sleeve, and you see again once more the symbol of the Colbolt Trout on his arm.
Alright, okay.
Is that's yeah? You're happy now?
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good.
How do I know you're not a part of the Lycan Guard?
Because I wouldn't be over here watching them.
No, I know. I'm gonna need some proof, mate. You got any insignias on you or some shit like that to prove it? Nettle?
No, not really. I don't think I have anything I can use to prove it.
Sick. Out of curiosity, what is Nettle wearing at the moment?
Just like typical kind of robes.
Ranger gear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hood up.
Yeah. Right.
And magical boots.
Oh, I guess we got a spit. Are you in? So I do actually. Now you mention it, I do think they said the contact was a Nettle. So you're in charge then?
No.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, let's just go. Like this is going nowhere. And you guys slowly like crawl until you feel.
You'll need to talk to Tank.
Yeah, until you are safe enough. Feel safe enough to start legging it from out of the range of the Lycan Guard.
I just walk casually because I've got boots that mean I can't be hurt. I don't need to crawl.
Yeah.
I'm just strolling next to him.
Yeah. Do you send message forward about this contact?
Yeah, I'll let Tank know. We got some weird elf guy who claims to be the contact.
Yeah.
So he's going to come hide out with us for a little while because his barge is on fire and all of his friends are dead. So.
Still don't 100% trust him though.
Yeah. But I also don't think he 100% trusts me yet, so it's fine.
I told him my name was
Not a
Nettle.
deception.
I regret it instantly. Cool. So yeah, like a few hours go by, and eventually these two rock up. So, right. Okay. So this is the rest of the crew. Well, introductions, I guess.
Thunk steps forward and he says, "I'm in charge around here. I'm Commander Thunk. You are our contractor, yes?
Commander Funk.
Commander Thunk, you heard me right."
You guys all got stupid names, or
No, mine's Uncle.
I step forward and go, "Hello, I'm Sparkles."
yeah.
Nice to meet you.
At
Go
this,
back to my book.
at this, yeah.
Horns, and then I put my head forward with my horns.
At this point, you can see his brow is deeply furrowed, and he's like, "Oh no."
He's like, what the fuck
Yeah.
have we got
No,
into here?
yeah. He's like, "Oh no," and he starts like, "I want to see the cargo before we go any further." And he walks around to the back of the car. And he sees the chest, and he says, "Are you fucking shitting me? The company of the fucking Bronze Lion?" And he lights up another cigarette, and that's where we're going to end today's session.
Amazing.